Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and the Board of Zoning Appeals. Could we have public announcements at this time?
Before we begin the agenda, the Wichita-Sedgwick County Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and the Wichita-Sedgwick County Board of Zoning Appeals would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to this public hearing. For those in attendance, copies of the agenda for today's meeting, the public hearing procedure, and Planning Department staff reports on all agenda items are available in the lobby. The Planning Commission's and the BZA's bylaws limit the applicant on a zoning, subdivision, or variance application and his or her representatives to a total of 10 minutes of speaking time at the start of the hearing on that item, plus up to 2 minutes at the conclusion of that hearing. All other persons wishing to speak on agenda items are limited to 3 minutes per person. However, if they feel that it is needed and justified, the chairman may extend these times by up to 2 minutes. All speakers are requested to state his or her name and address for the record when beginning to speak. When you are finished speaking, please share your name, address, and the case number on the sheet provided in the room. This will enable staff to notify you if there are any additional proceedings concerning that item. All speakers at the podium, please remove your face mask before speaking into the microphone. Please note that all written and visual materials you present to the Commission and the Board will be retained by the Secretary as part of the official record. If you are not speaking, but you wish to be notified about future proceedings on a particular case, please provide your contact information to the Planning Department. The Planning Commission and the Board are interested in hearing the views of all persons who wish to express themselves on all the agenda items. However, we ask that all speakers please be as courteous and concise as possible and avoid long repetitions of facts or opinions which have already been stated. For your information, the Wichita City Council has adopted a policy for all city zoning items. A copy of this policy is available from the planning staff. The City Council relies on a written record of the Planning Commission hearings and does not conduct its own additional public hearings on these items. The decision of the BZA is final. Any appeal of a decision of the BZA is to the district court.
Could we have a roll call?
Yes, sir. Duell.
Here.
Mater.
Here.
McKay.
Here.
Fry.
Present.
Bill Johnson is absent. Blick.
Here.
Nix.
Here.
Kluntz.
Here.
Warren.
Here.
Joe Johnson.
Here.
Miles is absent. Zimbelman. Here. Aldrich is absent. Williams Bay. Sir, I show 11 members present and 3 absent.
Thank you. We have a quorum. Next on the agenda is approval of the prior MAPC meeting minutes of the July 25th, 2024 minutes are being deferred to August 22nd, 2024. We will have a BZA meeting, but before we do that, we're going to go through the MAPC agenda and see what we can take on consent. First, we have subdivision committee recommendations, 2.1, sub 2024 00024, located near 215th Street West and 29th Street North. Is there anyone on the Planning Commission that wants to hear that case? Is there anyone from the public here that would like to hear that case? We'll take that one on consent. Item 2.2, sub 2024 00031 is located near East Pawnee and South Webb Road. Anyone on the Planning Commission want to hear that case? Is there anyone from the public that would like to hear that case? We'll take that one on consent. 2.3 is sub 2021 00038.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I will abstain from that. I own property close to this.
okay. Mr. McKay will abstain. It's located on the north side of West 47th Street South and 1/8 of a mile south, west of South Seneca. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case?
I have a question for staff.
Go ahead.
Question I have is item G on it says traffic engineering advises the opening of the cul-de-sac needs to be widened to 15 more feet for future alignment of Elizabeth Street to the north. It looks like they're wanting to move this over to align with Elizabeth. So does it even need a cul-de-sac? Cul-de-sacs are only used if at the very end you're going to turn around and go back. But if it's going to be a thoroughfare down through there with Elizabeth Street, do you even need a cul-de-sac?
Their subdivision regulations doesn't require a cul-de-sac in that case. I'm not quite sure what the cul-de-sac was for, if it was just the applicant may be able to address why they included a cul-de-sac instead of just a through street through there, so I would let them address it. But given the subdivision regulations, there's not a requirement for a cul-de-sac, and I am not for sure of any fire code that would require a cul-de-sac, but I will not say for that for sure for fire code. So
So a question might have to be then directed to the applicant.
Okay, so Mr. Blick, you'd like to hear this case, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. We have
Move
a
to approve
motion.
agenda items 2.1 and 2.2.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Warren, second by Mr. Fry. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We have no public vacation items. So moving over to public hearings, 4.1 is Con 2024 00079, located near West La Vista Drive and North Hillside Drive. Does anyone from the Planning Commission want to hear that case? Is there anyone from the public here that would like to hear that case?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
okay. I was gonna say, because I also saw somebody out in the outside who would want to hear this case, but we have someone here, so we're good.
Okay. We will hear that case. 4.2 is CUP 2024 00024, located near East 21st Street North and North Broadmoor. Do we have anyone on the Planning Commission that would like to hear that case?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear that case.
Okay. We'll hear that case. Item 4.3, we will hear. Moving on to 4.4, Zone 2024, 00035, located near West 29th Street North and a quarter mile west of North Broadway. Would anyone on the commission like to hear that case? Is there anyone here from the public that would like to hear that case? Not, we'll take that on consent.
Move to approve agenda item 4.4.
4.5 we're going to hear. So we have a motion from Mr. Warren to approve 4.4.
Second.
Second from Mr. Williams-Way. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Now we will adjourn the MAPC meeting and move on to the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. You should all have an agenda on that. First item on the agenda is approval of the former BZA minutes of July 2025. I show that Miles and Blick were not at that meeting.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Fry, second by Mr. Williams-Bay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Same.
Next, we move into the cases. We will hear case number 2. Actually, I think we're set to hear all 3 of these cases. So we will just begin by hearing a staff presentation on item number 2, case number BZA 2024-00043.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. We're here to discuss BZA 2024-00043. My name is Brad Otherly, Senior Planner for Current Plans. In this case, the applicant owns the GI Industrial District zoned subject property and is requesting 2 variances. One is to increase the height of a billboard and 2, allow for the proposed billboard sign to be within the front setback that is generally located on the west side of I-135 and is within 1/4 of a mile south of East 29th Street North, located at 2711 North Hydraulic. The variance for the increased height could have been processed as an administrative adjustment, but since the variance for the setback was requested as well, staff felt that both could be heard by the BZA at the same time. Because of this, it is not a requirement of the applicant to provide responses to the 5 criteria in order to grant a variance for the height of the sign. The variance for the setback does need to meet all 5 criteria, and the variance to allow the structure to be built within the front yard setback would only be applied to the billboard sign and no other structures. The reason for these requests is because the Kansas Department of Transportation, in conjunction with the City of Wichita, condemned the location of 2 previous signs for additional highway right-of-way for the expansion of the ramps from K96 to I-135. And attached is a site plan that does show those locations and where they have been removed, and also the location of the proposed new billboard sign. The sign code of the city does allow off-site billboard signs to be up to 30 feet in height in the GI industrial zoning, general industrial zoning. The applicant is requesting the height of the billboard to have a maximum height of 50 feet. The administrative adjustment section of the Wichita sign code states that increasing the maximum allowed height for off-site signs that directly abuts the right-of-way of an elevated portion of a highway structure to a height at the top of the sign that does not exceed 20 feet above the height of the top of the highless railing or barrier along the traffic deck is is allowed. The sign code does not permit off-site billboard signs to be constructed in any applicable setback. And the front yard setback for the GI district is 20 feet. The surrounding area is industrial in nature. Property to the north, south, and west of the site is zoned GI and is part of the Union Pacific Railroad. Property east of the site is zoned GI and is the USD 259 School Service Center. Property east of the site is, well, that shouldn't have been in there. Property east of the site is zoned GI and is owned by the Kansas Department of Transportation, is used as a buffer to the I-35 directly to the east. Case history, the subject site is unplatted. The construction of billboard signs does not trigger the platting requirement. In 1996, a conditional use was approved, which is CU 417, to continue an iron, metal, and auto salvage company to continue to operate on the location. And in 2004, a variance, which was BZA 2004-00012, was permitted to allow an increase of 20 feet in height for the two billboards on the subject site. And then lastly, in 2023, an administrative adjustment, which was BZA 2315, was approved that allowed an increase in height of an off-site sign 20 feet above adjacent elevated highway with a maximum length of 41 feet. Moving on to the 5 criteria. Criteria 1, that the request is unique to this property and was not created by the applicant. The applicant states that the city of Wichita and KDOT are in the process of widening I-135 along with the ramps that service K-96. The city and KDOT have purchased the applicant's property where the old signs both stood, which is requiring the variances. This property is unique in that the property line is being moved to allow the highway expansion. The frontage along I-135 is controlled access, and the only other property owner that is adjacent to this property is the railroad. Staff disagrees with the above statement. Despite the fact that the previous billboards were required to be removed, the applicant could choose to place the proposed billboard outside of the required front setback. The applicant did not demonstrate that the sign cannot be placed outside of the setback. Criteria number 2, that the granting of the variance will not adversely affect the rights of the adjacent property owners or residents. The applicant states that both billboard signs were permitted in 2004 at these locations. All adjacent properties are zoned GI and developed with commercial and industrial land uses. The requested sign height and location would not impede visibility of adjacent property signs. We feel that this variance will not adversely affect the rights of the adjacent property owners, inasmuch as this is located along a state highway where billboards are common, and the board has been in place for over 20 years and is still a legal non-conforming sign. Staff agrees that the significant negative impacts to abutting property owners are not anticipated. Criteria 3, the strict application of the provisions of the sign code would constitute an unnecessary hardship on the applicant. The applicant states that the strict application of the sign code will cause the applicant great hardship, as it is now too small of an area to have any kind of metal recycling or processing after the taking for the KDOT project, and a sign at the code height would not have the same visibility as either of the other 2 signs that have already been removed from this property due to the changes to I-135 and the ramps. There have been several billboard signs that are within 1 mile to the north that have been granted these variances as well due to the hardship placed on the owners. Staff does not agree with the above statement. Placing the sign outside of the required setback would not constitute an unnecessary hardship on the applicant. The applicant did not demonstrate why the sign cannot be placed outside of the setback. Criteria 4, the variance will not adversely affect the public health, safety, morals, order, convenience, prosperity, general welfare, or harmonious development of the community. The applicant states that the billboard is not significantly out of scale and the requested variance does not detrimentally impact uses or projects of public interest. The sign location is being moved to accommodate the K-96 I-135 expansion and is in the public interest. Permitting a sign with adequate visibility for this site is in the public interest. Moving the sign closer to the property line and further from their work area would have a positive effect on their work area. Staff concurs that the granting of the variance for the setback will not adversely affect the public health, safety, morals, order, convenience, prosperity, general welfare, or harmonious development of the community. And criteria number 5, the granting of the variance will not be opposed to the general spirit and intent of the sign code. The applicant states that we feel the billboard reasonably balances the need for the sign with the preservation of the community. The setbacks were designed for parts of the city where lots had frontage on 2 streets to prevent structures in areas there would be thought of as a front setback. This is along a limited access highway, and there is no need for a setback. Staff disagrees with this statement. The applicant has not demonstrated why the sign cannot be outside of the setback. If we can go to the site pics real quick. Here is a picture looking north from the front of the property. Next picture. And this is looking east. This is I-135 right here going over the street. Next picture. This is looking south away from the subject site. And then next picture. And this is looking west away from the subject site. And then if we can go to the first site plan, just to show where the applicant is proposing. So this triangle here is kind of their, actually it's here, it's kind of their property, and they are proposing to put a sign right here. Thank you. In this corner right here. There was a sign here and then another sign here that has been removed for the expansion of I-135. It is staff's recommendation that the request to increase the height of the sign be granted. And the recommendation of staff is that the request to allow the billboard within the front setback does not meet the 5 criteria required to grant a variance. Should the board determine that all 5 conditions necessary to the granting of the variance to permit a billboard sign within the front setback can be found to exist, staff recommends the conditions of approval that are listed in the staff report. And with that, I can stand for any questions.
Are there any questions from the commission of staff? If not, thank you. We'll now call on the agent or applicant to speak, and you'll have 10 minutes. Please give us your name and address.
Good afternoon. My name is David Mulhagen. I'm with Lamar Outdoor Advertising at 2901 South Kansas Avenue, part of our agent for the AMR, the property owner. We had 2 billboards that were on this site. One of them, the furthest north one that is up here, is what we're wanting to see about replacing. That structure was at an original height of about 53 feet. Yes, we did get the variances for that. We're wanting to move it further to the south. Now, it is a digital unit, and so we're trying to see about getting it as close to the property line as possible, because up here with KDOT, they're doing a lot of, this picture doesn't show it, but one of the previous ones showed all the construction, the widening that they're doing. So the further away that we're from the property line, the less time we're going to have for visibility of that sign. And again, we're just wanting to see about replacing this site up here, which we call 2811 North I-135, replacing this digital with a digital down here. We've already lost this one. We only have enough space to put in one sign. As you can see, these signs here were at the distance that was acceptable for the City of Wichita and Kansas Department of Transportation. But seeing how they took so much, we are left with the choice of just one. And the property owner has agreed that we can see about going in this spot down here. Again, we want to move what we had up here, keep what we had, keep the visibility that we had, because you can see up here, this one had 0 setbacks because of the no access along I-135. Now the drawings, and I don't know which ones they are with KDOT, shows that the New York and hydraulic come out a little bit further, forcing even a further building, forcing it further away from the road. And so that's why they had to take additional space in here. And so to us, that's a second hardship for us, is being even pushed further and further away from the highway for our visibility. And so that's why we're asking for 0 setback for moving our digital, what we had up here when it was 0 setback, to down in this area to become a legal conforming sign. I stand for questions.
Are there any questions from the commission of the applicant? Anyone have any questions? Now, we'll call on anybody from the public that would like to speak on this case. Do we have anybody present in the public that would like to speak on this case? Seeing none, we will bring it back to the commission for discussion and action.
Mr. Chair, if I could, it probably would be cleaner to vote on, have 2 different motions, because they're mutually exclusive. The height could be permitted, but the setback potentially could not be permitted. So I think it would be cleaner if we have 2 motions, one for the height and one for the setback.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Warren.
I'd like to look at the 5 issues that were laid out. The ones that the staff looked at said that it should not be allowed was number 1. As I look at it, I disagree with the fact that the previous billboards has to be moved by the state at the request, not at the request of the applicant. Therefore, it wasn't an applicant's doing that says they have to go through with this. This is because of the movements of the state. So I think that we should allow the variance to go through. The other one was criteria number 3, whether the hardship was great as an inordinate hardship on them. Any move, in fact, they got to move the sign is a hardship. So if they're going to move it, they ought to be able to move it where they want, get the most uses that they can. The other issues, the staff did not disagree with the applicant. So actually, I would make a motion that we approve both the height and the size.
Let's take these as separate motions. Isn't that what you're suggesting? So the first motion would have to do with the height.
Staff recommends approval on that one. I would move to approve the staff recommendation on that.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Warren, second by Mr. Fry. All those in favor of the motion to approve the height, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same by indicating nay. Motion carries. So now we need a second motion regarding the setback.
I would move that the applicant has made a reasonable argument in their 5 issues and that the variance should be approved.
Second. You want to say?
The second, or are you asking?
No, I'm asking for a second. Okay, we had a motion by Mr. Warren, a second by Mr. Fry regarding the setback. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Okay, moving on to number 3, we'll hear a presentation from the staff on this one.
Good afternoon. Philip Zievenberger with the planning staff. Item number 3, BZA 2444, is not a variance request. It's an appeal of an administrative decision regarding the architectural controls. This is a provision of the zoning code that permits an appeal to be considered by the Board of Zoning Appeals regarding administrative decisions that are provided the authority for in the zoning code. The case is an appeal of the planning director's decision to approve the architectural renderings that deviate from the applicable architectural controls of a new Dollar Tree retail store located on the south side of West Maple, within a quarter mile west of South 135th Street West. The address of the property is 13801 West Maple Street. The appellants are the owners and operators of the neighboring Auburn Family Dental Office east of the subject site. The subject site is here. The Auburn Family Dental Office is east of their property. The subject site is zone limited commercial with CUP DP 225, which is the Auburn Hills Commercial 2 Community Unit Plan. The appellant's property, again, the one to the east, is parcel 2 of the CUP, and the appellant's narrative with their graphics was included in your staff report. The purpose of staff's presentation is to provide just an overview of how this came about and the details of the decision-making process. The purpose of the board is to hear the objective provision of staff's presentation, and then there will be an opportunity for the appellant to have their time to provide their case. There will be opportunity for the applicant, who is the property owner, to make their case. There will also be an opportunity for public comment on this item. There will be rebuttal by both the applicant and the appellant, and then the Board of Zoning Appeals can render a decision after that. The community unit plan is comprised of 4 parcels. Please note that the current parcel, which is parcel 1, was recently split of July 5th, 2024, and this was taken in and we didn't have updated drawing yet. So there's actually a parcel boundary splitting the subject site, and a parcel 4 has been created west of the subject site. Parcel 1 is the subject site, and the Dollar Tree is currently under construction. Parcel 2 is the Auburn Dental Office. The modern design of this building includes a mixture of stone, wood, architectural block, and masonry with metal accents and single pane sloped roof. The geometry of the building employs rectangular shapes where segments of the building are articulated through a change of exterior materials. Parcel 3 is the remainder of the property. It is at the corner of West Maple and South 135th Street West. The owner of Parcel 3 is the same owner as Parcel 1, which is the subject property. Parcel 3 is developed with a multi-tenant building consisting of a bank with an ATM and drive-through teller, a chiropractic office, a dental implant office, and a restaurant with an outdoor patio. The design of this building includes a mixture of stucco or ephes and brick. The building has a slanted canopy along the north facade, supported by painted pillars with brick bases. The building has a hipped roof employing roof tiles instead of shingles. On the east side of the building, a semicircular architectural embellishment or gable frames the Kansas Bank building sign. The semicircular shape is also used for the roof of the freestanding ATM sign or ATM canopy along West Maple. I think as discussed before, Parcel 4 was recently created and it is undeveloped. The Community Unit Plan DB 225 governs architectural controls, and there's 2 general provisions that do so. General Provision 19 states that all buildings within the CUP shall sell uniform architecture, character, color, texture, and the same predominant exterior building material. Building walls and roofs must have predominantly earth tone colors, with vivid colors limited to incidental accent, and must employ materials similar to surrounding residential areas. Metal shall not be permitted as a predominant exterior building material for any building on the site. Provided, however, new building construction on Parcel 2, which is the Auburn Family Dental, may be developed with uses having unique architecture not common to other buildings in the development, as long as there is some shared element of design, color, or texture. Variations must be approved by the planning department. And General Provision 24 says, approval of the site plan and architectural elevations by the planning director is required for each phase of construction within Parcel 1 prior to the issuance of building permits. The site plan shall ensure compatibility of the commercial uses with the residential area to the west and northwest by showing appropriate internal circulation within the parcels, joint use and location of ingress-egress openings onto Maple Street, landscaping along the west and south property lines, and an architectural design compatible with the surrounding land uses. Moving into the order of how things got to this point, on March 19th, 2024, the owner of Parcel 1, where the Dollar Tree is being constructed, submitted an administrative adjustment to include Parcel 1 in the last sentence of General Provision 19. The last sentence allowed Parcel 2 to have different architecture as long as it had a shared element and variations being designed by the planning director. The owner of Parcel 1 wanted to be included in that statement. The purpose of the request was to permit the Dollar Tree building to have their standard arched parapet over the entrance that is uniform to the design of Dollar Tree brand. During the 10-day public notification time, the planning department received a significant amount of public opposition to the request. In response to the public opposition, the planning director, in concurrence with the zoning administrator, denied the administrative adjustment. The denial of the administrative adjustment gave the applicant two options in order to continue moving forward with their project. The first option would be that the property owner could have filed an amendment to the community unit plan and requested the deviation in the architectural controls to be considered by the Planning Commission at a public hearing, or they could submit revised elevation renderings for administrative staff approval through the building permit process to ensure compliance with CUP architectural controls. I want to pause here for a second and kind of explain how we got to this point, as well as they had submitted their construction drawings, because the retail use of a Dollar Tree store is permitted on the site. They submitted their construction drawings and the architectural review was sent to planning staff because of the CUP having those general provisions. It was during that the original rendering was flagged as not being compliant with the architectural controls, and that's what instigated the submittal of the administrative adjustment to try to change the rules in order to allow the original rendering to be approved. When the administrative adjustment was denied, the applicant chose to revise their renderings and continue through the administrative building review process and not pursue a public hearing in order to amend the community unit plan. In June of 2024, the planning director, with the concurrence of the zoning administrator, approved the final architectural renderings. And again, that was through the administrative building review process. In their opinion, the revised design of the building and use of materials met the architectural requirements of General Provisions 19 and 24. The approved rendering shows a mixture of ephes with a 4-foot wainscot of, and there's a typo, it's not brick, it's stone, veneer along the front, which changes to painted split-face concrete block along the sides. The design of the front includes rectangular bays with a rectangular parapet on which the Dollar Tree sign would be displayed with a metal canopy over the main entrance. This differs from the original submittal, which used a mixture of ephes with a 4-foot wainscot of split-face concrete block along the front and sides. The original rendering had 2 rectangular bays on either side of a center bay with a semicircular parapet, which is the typical design of a Dollar Tree. The original design also included an approximately 4-foot tall painted green band along the front and two sides of the building accentuated by 2 white horizontal bands on top and bottom of the green line. Regarding the building permit process, the planning department commonly reviews applications requesting to deviate from architectural controls through the administrative permit process. So when a building permit is submitted and it is flagged that those do not meet the standard, then the often triggers administrative adjustment. In the present case, after planning staff reviewed the application, the planning director then reviewed and made the final decision to approve the architectural design with the concurrence of the zoning administrator. Again, that was through the administrative building review process because they chose not to amend the community plan. They chose to work through several revisions of their architecture in order to find something that, in the opinion of the planning director and zoning administrator, fit the bill for the CUP requirements. For the sake of time, I'll do a very high-level review of the surrounding properties. In general, we have a predominantly commercial development to the north and east. Those properties either have protective overlays or community unit plans, which also have architectural controls. None of the buildings in those developments have to share common elements with the existing development. They might have to share common elements among themselves. But again, there's no necessity to share common elements between commercial developments. Properties to the northwest and west are single-family residential developments. Property to the south is a golf course. And there's 2 metal buildings that are maintenance buildings for the golf course to the southeast of the property. The community unit plan has received several amendments or administrative adjustments, the last of which was in 2022, which allowed parcel 2 to deviate from General Provision 19, allowing it to have different architecture as long as it had shared elements with existing buildings within the CUP. The case history in 2024 is the administrative adjustment that was submitted and denied. And then the final one being the administrative adjustment that reflected the lot split creating parcel 4. Section 5F5 of the Unified Zoning Code states that the Board of Zoning Appeals may reverse, affirm, wholly or partially, or may modify the order, requirement, decision, or determination, and to that end shall have all powers of the officer from whom the appeal is taken, may attach appropriate conditions, and may issue or direct the issuance of a permit. Upon reporting its decision to the zoning administrator or other administrating officers, the board decision shall be final. Again, there's no staff recommendation on this. We're merely providing the facts for you to consider, as you will also hear facts and opinions from the public today. And I will walk through our site photos here. Next picture, please. This is looking south. This is the Auburn Family Dental in parcel 2. This is the currently under construction Dollar Tree store on parcel 1. Again, it's currently under constructed because with the approval of the architectural renderings by the planning director and zoning administrator, they were authorized to continue with a building permit. Next picture. This is looking southwest, just kind of a different angle, seeing the side view of the Auburn Family Dental and the Dollar Tree with the residential properties to the west. Next picture. This is looking south at the building on parcel 1. This is the multi-tenant building with the Kansas Bank sign and their other tenants along the north frontage of it. Next picture. And this is the east side of the Kansas Bank building along South 135th Street West. Next picture. And I can stand. Do we have the slide that has the current renderings as well as the old rendering? If we could go to that slide, please. Thank you. This is the rendering that was approved. And if we go to the one that was originally submitted, this was what was originally submitted. You can see the difference. This had the rounded parapet, the difference in the front wainscot, and then the green stripe that was along the front and sides of the building, which was removed. With that, I can stand for any questions you have for staff.
Are there any questions of staff from the commission? Mr. Blick.
That's all right.
I'm sorry.
So,
Mr. Zimbelman.
as I was reading through this, pretty confusing. So, are you telling us that the current building falls under the regulations that it needs to look more residential, or does it not fall under those regulations?
The current building was able to receive a building permit because if you go back to the previous slide, they went from this rendering through several iterations to this rendering, and this was the rendering that the planning director and the zoning administrator felt complied with the regulations of the CUP. So as it stands right now, and that's why the appeal is here, is it was decided that it did meet the CUP requirements, and the appeal was filed with the indication or the appeal that in other opinions it did not meet the requirements of the CUP.
And just, Philip, just to add on to that, it might be helpful if you could go to an aerial image and kind of show the extent of the CUP so that they can see which buildings fall into that.
Yeah, if you go back to the aerial. So the CUP encompasses, it's cut off here on the end, but that's really just 135th Street over here. This is the extent of the CUP. You have the parcel 1 with the Kansas Bank and multi-tenant building, the dental office, the Dollar Tree store, and then the vacant parcel, which was recently created.
Are any other questions of staff on this? Mr. Blick.
I noticed that all the buildings and have kind of a monotone logo for the chiropractic, Kanza Bank, and Auburn Hills. Is there any restrictions on the color or anything for their logo on the outside of the building?
The only thing that the CUP says is that vivid colors need to be restricted to incidental accent. So essentially the sign not being like, that's where when it came to like the green stripe around the side versus just the reducing the amount of green that was there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. This case involves an appeal of the administrative decision regarding architectural controls and actually has two parties involved in it. So we will first take the appellant, and then after that, we will hear from the applicant, and then there'll be time for the public to speak. So please give us your name and address, and you will have 10 minutes.
Okay, just one quick question. My slides aren't coming up.
Yeah, the controls in the back room. If we could bring up
there they
his
are.
presentation, please.
There it is.
And sir, you will have to ask them to advance the slides.
Oh, okay, thank you. Right. Hello, my name is Mohammed Eftekari. I'm a licensed attorney in the state of Kansas. My wife and I own the Auburn Family Dental Office, located at 13705 West Maple. Today, I will discuss the Dollar Tree and why it does not comply with CUP DP 225. There are 3 areas where the Dollar Tree is not compliant. First, we must discuss General Provision 19. The CUP authors were very deliberate in using the adjective uniform to describe the architectural controls. If they wanted a standard of similarity, they would have used the adjective similar for describing the architectural controls. The Dollar Tree is not uniform with the Kansas Center. The CUP's vision is for buildings to be uniform with Kansas. The city made a mistake here, applying a standard of similarity between Kansas and the Dollar Tree. Furthermore, Provision 19 states that the buildings must have the same predominant exterior building material. The Kansas Center is predominantly brick. The Dollar Tree is predominantly stucco. Second, Provision 24 states that the Dollar Tree must share a design compatible with the surrounding land uses. It specifically mentions that it must have architecture compatible with the neighborhoods to the west and northwest. None of the homes in Auburn Hills look like this Dollar Tree, and none of the neighboring businesses look like it either. Third, Provision 25 discusses screening loading areas. Unfortunately, this architectural provision was not enforced. Next slide, please. Now, let's discuss the meaning of the word uniform and how it was not applied to the Dollar Tree. What does uniform mean? Well, I looked in the CUP to see if it's redefined somewhere, and it's not. So then you have to ask yourself, what is the common usage of the word uniform? It means when you compare two things, they're the same. But just to be extra sure, let's look in the dictionary. What does it say? Uniform, adjective, having always the same form, manner, or degree, not varying or variable. What is the definition of similar? Having characteristics in common, strictly comparable. Uniform does not mean similar. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're gonna do a little exercise together. Would you say this building is uniform, similar, or different? Next slide. Uniform. Next slide, please. Uniform, similar, or different? It's apples, they're similar. Next slide. Next slide, please. This junk drawer, uniform, similar, or different? It's all different. Next slide, please. So now that we've looked at some examples, let's look at the Kansas Bank Shopping Center. What would you say the character of this building is? I'd say it's distinctly residential. Why? It has a very residential style roof. It has a chimney, like a house. It has columns. Painted brick walls. The building is predominantly brick. Residential style awning. Uniformly black signage for all the tenants. I want you to remember that. Uniformly black, not gigantic. Uniformly black signage that's proportionate to the building. Next slide, please. Now, in a closer look, we can see the texture here. It's painted brick, it's not stucco. Again, you see the chimney. The only part of the building that's stucco is the sign band. The rest of it is painted brick all the way across. Next slide, please. Now we're gonna look at the back of the building. See a second chimney, residential style roofing, painted brick walls, columns, brick. Again, the roof. Next slide, please. Now let's look at the Dollar Tree versus Kansas Bank. Remember, all buildings within the CUP shall share uniform architectural character, color, texture, the same predominant building material. Uniform does not mean similar. Next slide. Now let's look at the Dollar Tree. Where's the residential style roof? What's the color? The color is darker. Is there brick on the front of the building? No, they use artificial stone veneer. Is the signage black? No, it's green and gigantic. Are there columns? No. A chimney? No. Where's the residential style above the doors and windows? I'd say this building looks like a big box retailer. That's the architectural character. Next slide, please. Now on to the next slide. Maybe they hit uniformity here. Again, they didn't. Where's the residential style roof? Where's the brick? It's predominantly stucco. And then, an even bigger surprise is the unscreened loading area. That's where semi-trucks come and drop off goods for the Dollar Tree. Totally unscreened. This is the new backyard view for all the Auburn Hills neighbors. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's the site plan. I pulled it up. Where's the screening? There's no screening, it's just parking. And what's the requirement for screening? If the building is over 8,000 square feet, the Dollar Tree is 10,000 square feet. If it's a single tenant building, it's a single tenant building. Then there shall be screening. There's no screening. It's not there. It was completely overlooked. Next slide, please. Okay, let's look at the back. Exposed HVAC, the colors. Let's look at the colors. Dollar Tree is definitely darker. Is that uniform? No. And again, no brick, no roof, no columns. It's all missing. Next slide, please. So here's the big question you're probably all asking. Is Auburn Family Dental uniform with Kansas? The answer is no, and it's perfectly acceptable. Auburn Family Dental on Parcel 2 received an administrative adjustment for unique architecture. The CUP states, provided, however, new building construction on Parcel 2 may be developed with unique architectural character not common to the other buildings in the development so long as some shared element of either design, color, or texture. The Dollar Tree never received this adjustment. Its request for unique architecture was denied. Despite this, the planning department made a critical mistake by allowing the Dollar Tree to apply elements of both Kansas and Auburn Family Dental to its design to meet General Provision 19's uniformity requirements. This mistake led to the improper approval of the Dollar Tree's exterior architecture. Dollar Tree must comply with the uniformity requirements and align with Kansas. Auburn Family Dental is the exception to General Provision 19. This does not apply to Dollar Tree. Let's take a very quick look at Auburn Family Dental. Next slide, please. Nothing like the Dollar Tree. Completely different. It has columns, it has stone, it has brick, slope roof. Next slide, please. Again, in a totally different league. Next slide, please. But it's okay because we're allowed to be unique. Now, next slide. Let's cross the street and look at Ameritrust Credit Union and ICT Teeth to discuss their. Oh, you went too far back, please. I need to look at the architectural controls. Back slide, please. Okay. Let's look at their architectural controls. They both have controls. Public Overlay District 11, Public Overlay District 1. We can see here, in CUPs, you can have different standards. The standard for these two CUPs is similar. CUP DP 225 says uniform. Our CUP is the most restrictive. The buildings even have to reflect the architectural design compatible with the surrounding land uses. That's not applicable for Ameritrust or the pediatric dentistry office. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at these offices, these buildings, and see how much nicer they are than the Dollar Tree. Has a roof. It's all masonry, proportional signage, landscaping. Next slide, please. Let's just go through these fast. Just go real quick. I don't want to go under 10 minutes. Again, keep going, keep going. Keep going, please. Okay, pediatric office, extremely residential character. Brick, real stone, all the way around. Nothing like the big box Dollar Tree. Let's keep going. Let's finish this up. Conclusion, please. Okay, so in conclusion, the slides I've presented today clearly illustrate that the Dollar Tree does not meet the uniformity standards for architectural character, color, texture. and predominant building material with the Kansas Bank Shopping Center as required by the CUP. The Dollar Tree's big box design is not compatible with surrounding land uses, including the neighboring homes, and they have also failed to screen their loading areas. The CUP is the law. The city made a significant error by permitting the Dollar Tree to incorporate architectural elements from both the Kansas Center and Auburn Family Dental. The Kansas Center's architecture is the CUP's benchmark. Auburn Family Dental has a unique architectural style that was never meant to set precedent. If the city wanted to change the review standard, they should have formally amended the CUP. Today, let's uphold the law and require the Dollar Tree to comply with the CUP as it stands. Remember, uniformity is a much higher standard than similarity. There must be uniformity between the Kansas Center and the Dollar Tree. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the commission of the appellant? Anyone have any questions? Not, thank you for your comments. Now we'll call on the applicant property owner to speak. Please give us your name and address, and you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Kim Edgington with PSC Consulting, representing the property owner for the Dollar Tree. Thank you for the opportunity. This is a very unique circumstance that in the many decades that I have been doing this is a first time. So we do understand the concerns of the neighboring property owners. We purchased this property from Kansas Bank. Kansas Bank was privy to all of our design drawings prior to the closing of this property. So they did sign off on those, knowing what the plans for this building were going to be. And that was based on the original drawings that were submitted that you have seen on the screen in front of you. The original request was made for us to have the same consideration that Parcel 2 was given to adjust the provisions of the CUP. The Parcel 2 was required to only share one element of either design, color, or texture with the existing building in the CUP, the Kansas Bank building. So this significantly lowered the threshold for the design of the overall CUP by reducing the requirement down to one shared element. So when the administrative adjustment was not granted, we sat down with staff through a series of several meetings to determine what did need to be done to meet this now lowered threshold because of the adjustment that was granted to Parcel 2. So we incorporated a number of shared elements, and those are outlined in a letter that you were provided that I submitted to the planning department. There's a nice kind of bulleted list of the things that were changed in our different revisions of the site plans. So once those were all incorporated, they were reviewed by planning staff, zoning administrator, and deemed to meet the provisions of the CUP. And we were granted a full building permit to proceed. So what you're seeing in some of the photos now is only a partially completed building. There are a number of elements that will continue to be added, including the screening of all of the HVAC equipment. There is not screening required to the west of this building because there will be another building located on the vacant property between this building and the residential structures to the west. So that was not an oversight or a mistake. There is not screening required on the west side of that building because it is adjacent to additional commercial property. So the really the fact that there is a lot of neighborhood opposition to this particular user is not relevant in this case. This is a perfectly permitted use within the community unit plan. It is a retail establishment that is within the list of allowed uses in the CUP. Within a region at this intersection that encompasses a very wide range of commercial uses. We have fast food, we have retail, we have service industry, we have a big box Dillon store. So most of those buildings are not necessarily residential in character. And I do have, and I can pass around here some photos of the residences immediately to the west of the Dollar Tree property, none of which really bear much resemblance at all to either the Kansas Bank building or the Auburn Family Dental. So that seems to really be irrelevant in this case, that this is a commercial use. And staff's decision to review the revised plan was a very reasonable decision. There was a lot of thought put into that. There was a lot of time spent reviewing those. And with this reasonable decision, we proceeded forward with the construction of this building. And we feel that the staff deserves the respect of the BZA to recognize that their thoughtful consideration of this building permit was a very reasonable move. And with that, I would stand for any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions from the BZA board on this?
I do. I don't know whether it's a question for Kim or whether it's for staff. Is there anything to do with the size of signage? You see the Dollar Tree logo or signage. I don't know how big it is compared to everything else. Is there something about how large it can be?
The signage that is proposed on the building does meet the requirements of the CUP. And we did change the color of that signage. It is not the typical bright green that you might often see with Dollar Tree. It is a darker, more of an evergreen color.
So is the size of the signage determined by the size of the building or the size of the facade or what?
It is determined by a percentage of the building facade, and it is actually far less than what is allowed according to the provisions of the CUP.
Okay. It looks like it covers just most of that area. That's the reason I ask.
Any other questions of the applicant here? If not, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Is there anyone present from the public that would like to speak on this case?
I would.
Please approach the podium, give us your name and address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ellen Comark. I live at 310 South 9 Iron Court. I get to look at the Dollar Tree all day long. I moved here from the east side only because the HOA that I was in on the east side didn't follow the rules. And when I purchased this house, my real estate agent told me not to worry about the back fields because the CUP was so stringent that anything in those properties would have to follow the guidelines, the law of the CUP. And the law states specific things and different elements that are supposed to be on this building, none of which the Dollar Tree has. And this is a split cinder block. That's what they want to put on the front of their store. That is not like my neighborhood of stone and brick at all. It doesn't look like the bank, the Kansas Bank, which is in representative of the CUP. And if we're going to have to look at this, it needs to look like the golf community that we live in. There's probably 8 to 10 properties. They all look exactly the same. That's why we moved there, because I want to make sure that my neighbor takes care of their lawn and that everybody takes care of their property and we have the same roofs and all those kinds of things. That's what I pay. This is the law. We don't get to pick and choose which law we like to take care of or do. You know, we don't get to choose whether we want to pay personal property. We live in a community that's a golf community. They take their golf carts down to Dillon's to pick up their groceries. And they're not going to take their golf cart to the Dollar Tree. And let me tell you, don't tell me I'm irrelevant, ma'am. The Dollar Tree sign you will be able to see from 2 miles away. So I don't care if it's an evergreen sign or if it's a lime green sign. So the covenants are what dictate HOAs, and the law dictates a CUP. And I think a multi-billion-dollar company can put on a roof, can take and put in safety gates around their loading dock, so I don't have to look at this in the morning. And it's not just this, it's going to be containers, whatever. I think we need to hold fast to the CUP. I think it needs to be uniform and not similar. And I am, along with a lot of people I know sent in things, I was the one that spent 5 and 6 hours walking around the neighborhood when we found out that this was going to be a Dollar Tree. And I think the public opposition should mean something in the city of Wichita, because it means something when I was living in Olathe and when I was living in Overland Park, and it should mean the same here in Wichita. And I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Ma'am, I have a quick question. Ma'am?
Ma'am?
I have a quick question. Staff, could you bring up an aerial of the map of the CUP? And ma'am, could you show me where your house is within the CUP?
I'd be happy to.
Within the CUP?
I will be happy to.
We need to have you use the mouse on that if you would, since we're recording this.
My house. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is my home.
And that's technically not within the CUP, correct?
I'm just saying that all of Auburn Hills, the Glens, the
We're
Meadows,
specifically
the
talking
Woods.
about CUP number 225.
Right.
And your house is not within that CUP, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this case? Please approach the podium and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Hayen. My husband Kerry and I reside at 405 South 9 Iron Street in the Auburn Hills Ironwood addition, directly to the west of the Dollar Tree construction. I believe all of us in the Auburn Hills community would very much like to understand the city's approval of Dollar Tree's non-compliant design and building facade. What is the point of having architectural zoning controls that require uniform commercial construction if an investor or owner is permitted to violate these controls while also devaluing our homes? All other businesses, Auburn Family Dental, the stores in the shopping complex to the east, Kansas State Bank, Ameritrust Credit Union, and the dental facility across the street have all been required to comply with our city's zoning laws. But a mega giant retailer with its 30th Wichita area store is permitted to invest in and lease a building constructed with minimal regard for ordinances and laws designed to protect people and property. In recent years, Dollar Tree has been on the penalty end of a legal quagmire, reflective of a pattern within its own irresponsible corporate culture. In point of fact, in Dollar Tree's own home state of Virginia, regulators identified 85 violations from 31 stores and distribution centers, resulting in $1.9 million in fines over the last 10 years. According to state inspection data from across the United States, also over the last 10 years, 590 of their stores and warehouses have been cited for unsafe and hazardous conditions. At the federal level, OSHA has issued $22.7 million in penalties from their inspections between 2017 and 2024. On the surface, this tenant's legal woes would seemingly have little to do with the building facade our community is protesting. But I would argue it has everything to do with their participation in an arrogant, dismissive attitude toward regulations intended to protect us. Don't allow retail giants and corporate bullies to push around our community. Hold both the tenants and the property owners accountable to the same uniform construction requirements complied with by all other neighborhood businesses. Standards that protect our property rights and values, please require the developers of the Dollar Tree in our neighborhood to adhere to a compliant, uniform design that is respectful of the property values and community ambience of Auburn Hills. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this? Please approach the podium and give us your name and address, and you'll
Great. My name is Stan Sheldon with Sheldon Architecture, 800 East 1st Street in Wichita. I was the architect on the original Kansa structure, as well as the architects for the Auburn Family Dental. I really think that the neighbors have spoken very well to the care and the concerns that they have. And I don't really have a lot to add to that, to be honest. I think that they've done a very good job, and Mohammed did as well. I would say that the issue here to me, from a uniformity standpoint, obviously there's differences of construction, look, and style that can occur on a site. But when we went to as much care and concern for detail, human scale, that it felt very friendly and neighborhood oriented. Both the style of these two buildings are different than Kansa and Auburn Hills, but the care of those two buildings, the way that the structures are broken down into smaller components, it's not just one big single box that just sits on the site. The types of materials that were selected are residential in style and care. Those are the things that we really worked hard to be uniform about, even though the styles are different. And we feel like that is just been ignored completely with Dollar Tree. It's a big box, single box store. And all the other things that were already highlighted, again, I won't repeat those.
Thank you. You have any questions? No. Yes. We're now, pardon, Mr. Fry.
Thank you, Stan. And I'm not an architect, as you know, and I appreciate your skills. That being said, I noticed significant differences between the Kansa Bank building and the Auburn Dental building.
Right.
I don't see uniformity. I see quite different structures. So how do you explain that?
Well, again, I think so. Do you see that this scale and the way things are broken down into smaller elements? This is not a single big box store, and neither is that strip center that Kansa is in. It's broken down. It's got smaller components to it. It's not just a big box. And I think that the way that this is broken down, the type of materials that are used, the stone that's used is real stone. The brick that's used is similar in terms of it's being a painted brick, that sort of thing, or it's a light colored brick. And the way that it's broken down in scale is residential in its form. And that was the care that we took on this building that the Dollar Tree has ignored completely.
And you're saying that's what allowed for this change to happen in 22, to allow this architectural structure to change from the original CUP designation?
Well, I think that the style of it being different is one thing, but when you look at the kind of quality of the type of structure it is, it's a very similar type of quality of construction in terms of the way it's broken down into the scale of it.
Yeah, I'm just reading the code, and what was given, it doesn't speak to the quality. It just speaks to character, color, texture, and same material.
Yeah, color and texture would be similar, obviously, and has a uniformity of the type of materials that are used. And the way it's broken down in terms of the texture of it, it's also similarly textured in terms of the type of brick that's used, the stone that's used, the in and out of the structure. On both buildings, there's in and out to them. It's not just this big flat box. I think that's another part of this that feels like it's in keeping with the original.
And I haven't been out there to see it up close, but the horizontal and vertical facing, is that metal or is that painted?
Yeah, it's a metal fascia.
It's a metal. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this case?
I would say on that screening issue that came up again, the way it's written, anything that's over that 8,000 square feet, the trash receptacles, loading docks, outdoor storage, loading areas shall be appropriately screened with similar materials that are on the building itself. So in that it needs to be reasonably hidden from the ground view and shall be prohibited within 50 feet of residential property. So it doesn't just say on one side, it says from ground view. So I think that needs to be thought of a little bit more carefully as far as the screening of those elements as well.
Any other speakers from the public?
I have a question.
Oh, excuse me. If you stay there for a minute, Mr. Williams Bay.
Stan, was the dental office given an administrative adjustment for the design of that building?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Was the dental office given administrative adjustment for the design of the?
Yeah, we went through the process. Yes.
Okay, next speaker, please. Give us your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes, and please confine your comments to new information.
Terry Shields. I live at 456 Decker, and I probably have one of the last houses that was built in that older neighborhood. So, and my taxes have went up like everybody else's taxes over in the Auburn Hills area. So this building does not reflect anything like what it's supposed to. And that's basically what I'm going to say. The city has failed to represent Auburn Hills. My house does not belong to Auburn Hills, but my backyard is in Auburn Hills. So they have failed, and I believe it needs to be adjusted. So, and that's all of my comments.
Do we have any other speakers from the public at this point? Seeing none, I will bring it back. Again, we have two parties involved here. I'll call on the applicant, property owner, for rebuttal time. You'll have 2 minutes.
Excuse me, sir. We're going for the applicant and property owner first. You'll be after. Yep.
Again, it is a bit of a confusing process going through this, so thank you again. So I think one thing that we can agree on is that because there are two buildings within this CUP that are extremely different in character, there is no longer a uniform character within this CUP. So our intent was to incorporate as many elements from both buildings into the design that we worked through with the planning staff to meet what they deemed was a reasonable design for this building, for a permitted legal use on this property, for these that is allowed within this CUP. Screening, again, that is something that has not yet been completed, will be required. There is going to be another building to the west of this, so those properties, those residents that are to the west in this photo along here are not going to be backing up to the Dollar Tree building. So that this property is being split off and will be separately developed. So the reality of much of the opposition to this particular project seems to be rooted in the user rather than the use. So we would like you to consider that that is an entirely separate issue. That the staff, in reviewing this and spending a significant time and energy on this, did make a reasonable decision.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Kim, were you going to show us some pictures?
I had passed them around of some of the residences that are adjacent.
So your building is not under construction yet, right?
Yes, it is. We have been granted a full building permit. It is on this portion of this property here.
And we don't have any pictures of that.
There it is right there, yeah.
Thank you.
There's a significant amount of work still to be done. Landscaping will be included as well.
Mr. McKay.
Yes, you made a comment a while ago that how much of this ground that we're talking about today is that the Dollar Tree actually going to be using? You mentioned a while ago that it's going to be.
It's the east half of, if we can go back to that lot where it's highlighted in green. It is the east half of this lot that is being developed with the Dollar Tree. And down here you can see these are the metal buildings that are part of the golf course maintenance facility. So, there's quite a diverse development in this entire intersection here.
Does the Dollar Tree own all of the ground we're considering today?
Yeah, my client owns this entire piece in green, but there's been a lot split that is now on record that this only the east portion is for the development of the Dollar Tree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now call on the appellant for rebuttal. You'll have 2 minutes, sir.
Okay. We're all going to go to law school today. Today's topic, General Provision 19. All buildings within the CUP shall share uniform architectural character, color, texture, same predominant building material. Building walls and roofs shall be predominantly earth tone colors with vivid colors limited to incidental accent, et cetera, et cetera. Provided, however, new building construction on parcel 2 may be developed with uses having unique architecture not common to other buildings in the development, as long as there is some shared element, either design, color, or texture. Variations must be approved by the planning department. So we're going to play something fun here. We're going to talk about provided, however. Okay? We're going to imagine we're planning a family. Okay? You make a rule for your family that you want your children to always dress uniformly. You want them to dress in a white t-shirt. So you have your first child, call it Kanza, who wears a white t-shirt, that's fine. And then when you plan to have your second child, you're like, you know what? I want to change that rule. I'm going to grant my second child the ability to wear a white t-shirt with a black stripe. We'll name that child Auburn. So then child 3 comes around. You know how child 3 is, the youngest one. They're like, hey, that rule should apply to me too. I should be allowed to have unique architecture. But that's not the rule. You can't have unique architecture because you don't have an exception. That's what General Provision 19 says. I'm so happy our city attorneys are here too to help us clarify this. But let's talk about Ms. Eddington's position that we've combined elements from both. If you go page 5 of your staff package, her letter says, we have blended the architectural character of the two existing very different building styles. May I continue?
Well, your time's up. How much time do you need? I can give you another minute.
A minute, please. That's all I need.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go to Miss Eddington's letter. She says, they blended the styles. So she's incorporating unique architectural elements of Auburn Family Dental. She's taking our black stripe, okay? Our black stripe. The entire building is constructed of the same material, ephes, with similar color as okay, sorry. Let me go exactly to what she mentioned for Auburn Family Dental. The front elevation was changed to rectangular parapet to more closely resemble the rectangular features of Auburn Family Dental. Stone veneer similar to Auburn Family Dental was added along the front elevation. Metal canopies added over entryway and front windows to incorporate horizontal metal element similar to the Auburn Family Dental. They don't have the black stripe, guys. We have it. That's why we went to law school to talk about General Provision 19. General Provision 19 only gives Auburn Family Dental the ability to have unique architecture. They've incorporated our unique architecture without an administrative adjustment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this point, we will bring it back to the BZA board for discussion and action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we deny the appeal and concur with the staff's administrative approval.
Mr. Chairman, before we vote, I wanted to point out Mr. Blick was gone for so much of the meeting that I would request to abstain from this. Thank you.
Okay, let the record show that Mr. Blake was not in this part of the meeting. We have a motion from Mr. Fry, a second from Mr. Warren on this. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay?
Nay.
Nay.
Let's have a voice count.
Yes, sir. This is on the motion to deny the appeal. Dool?
Aye.
Mater?
No.
McKay?
Aye.
Fry?
Aye.
Bill Johnson is absent. Blick is abstaining. Nix?
Nay.
Nay. Thank you. Klontz?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Joe Johnson?
Aye.
Miles is absent. Zimbelman? Aldrich is absent. Williams Bay?
No.
The vote was 7-3-1. Motion passes.
Okay.
Hold on. Just to be clear, this is a BZA variance. No? So simple 7-3 passes? Thank you.
Good point. Okay, we have one more BZA case, number 4. We'll hear a staff presentation.
Chairman, there are some props up here that I'm going to give everybody a few minutes to gather and move out of the way.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commission. My name is Brad Etherly, Senior Planner for MAPD. Today we're going to be discussing BZA 2024-00048. This is a case where the applicant is requesting a variance in the Sedgwick County Sign Code to allow a 200 square foot monument sign on property zoned SF20. The property is 0.07 acres in size and is located generally on the east side of North 167th Street West and within 1/2 mile north of West 4th Street North. It is currently undeveloped and it serves as the island to a subdivision that is currently under construction. The applicant is requesting the variance of the Sedgwick County Sign Code that limits the square footage of an on-site sign on property zoned SF20 to 32 square feet. Again, the applicant is requesting that the sign be 200.4 square feet in size, which is over 6 times the amount permitted by the sign code. The purpose of the sign is to identify the subdivision. A little bit of surrounding context, as you can see by the zoning map, properties to the north, east, and south are zoned SF20 and are located in unincorporated Sedgwick County and are currently underdeveloped, but the subdivision is, again, being developed as we speak. And then property to the west is zoned RR Rural Residential in unincorporated Sedgwick County and is developed with farming and ranch lands. A little bit of case history. On July 20th, 2023, the property was platted as Reserve F of the Rachel Brook Estates Edition. In 2022, the subject site was zoned from RR to SF20. And also in 2022, a conditional use was permitted to allow a community swimming pool and accessory apartments in the subdivision as a whole. Moving on to the criteria. Criteria number 1, that the request is unique to this property and was not created by the applicant. The applicant states that this entry monument is being built on a distinctive property that encompasses over 150 acres, now commonly known as Rachel Brook Estates Development. This monument will serve as the entry monument for this high-end residential community, which includes plans for 83 home sites. The property features large, mature trees lining 167th and 4th Streets, as well as a sizable pond to the north, which will serve 17 lake lots. The applicant intends to enhance the development with additional unique features, including a price stone gate, beautiful landscaping, and paved roads. Construction has started as of June of, I'm guessing that's 23. The staff believes that the request is not unique to the property and that it was created by the applicant. The applicant has the ability to construct a smaller monument sign on the subject site. The size of the development and the number of home sites do not make the development unique, justifying a larger sign. The applicant has not demonstrated that the presence of the trees inhibits the site of a standard size sign. Criteria number 2, the granting of the variance will not adversely affect the rights of the adjacent property owners or residents. The applicant states that the applicant is confident that this will not adversely affect any adjacent property owners, instead enhance the overall aesthetics and feel of the neighborhood and community. The large mature trees along 167th near the monument are substantial enough that the monument sign will be difficult to see from nearby homes, as it will be situated within the reserve to the east of 167th. The monument will have a low profile and will be designated solely to provide identification to the development and to be a beautiful, well-thought entry monument. Staff agrees with the above statement that the monument sign will not adversely affect the rights of any adjacent property owners. Criteria 3, the strict application of the provisions of the sign code would constitute an unnecessary hardship on the applicant. The applicant states that the current sign code allows for a sign of up to 32 square feet. However, the applicant believes this is inadequate for a project of this scale and the high-end neighborhood it will be situated in. This development, featuring homes priced at over $700,000, requires a sign that reflects its quality and stature and designates a well-thought-out development. Staff does not agree with this statement. The sign code sets regulations that are applied to all properties, regardless of the price point of the homes. The desire to provide a larger sign is the preference of the applicant and not a hardship imposed by the code. Criteria 4, the variance will not adversely affect the public health, safety, morals, order, convenience, prosperity, general welfare, or harmonious development of the community. The applicant states that the granting of this variance should enhance order, convenience, and harmonious development of the community by helping clearly identify the Rachel Brook Estates development to families that live there and members of the community. Staff does not agree with the above statement. The sign code sets regulations that are applied to all properties, regardless of the price point of the homes. If approved, the size of the sign would not promote harmonious development of the community. Criteria 5, the granting of the variance will not be opposed to the general spirit and intent of the sign code. The applicant states that the current sign code is structured to allow larger signs for commercial properties, but the code makes minimal allowances for a larger monument sign in a residential setting. This development, designed to blend seamlessly with adjacent neighborhoods and the community, will accommodate several hundred people and families driving through daily. Given the scale and nature of this project, a more substantial sign is necessary to appropriately reflect the development's quality and ensure visibility. Staff is not in agreement with this statement. The proposed sign is over 6 times the size of what is allowed by the Sedgwick County Sign Code. This would be against the general spirit and intent of the sign code. If we can now go to some of the site plans for the sign. You can see here, this is a view from the ground level of the sign, how large it is, and then the next site plan. Again, just showing the signage. I think that the site pictures are next. Yes, this is looking east into the subdivision development from the monument sign area. Next picture. This is looking north away from the site. Next picture. This is looking south away from the site with 167th right here behind the little I. And next picture. This is looking west across 167th. The recommendation of staff is the request to install a monument sign on property zoned SF20 does not meet the 5 criteria required to grant a variance. Should the board determine that all 5 conditions necessary to the granting of the variance are found to be existing, staff recommends the following conditions of approval that are found in the staff report. And I can stand for any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Warren.
Brad, criteria number 4 talks about the effect on public health and safety. It's hard for me to tell from the materials that we've got here. Does this sign create a problem with oncoming traffic?
I can't answer that question. I would imagine during the building permit process, they would have to show that it would be within or outside of those vision triangle.
If we were to approve it and then they find that it did create a triangle problem, what do you do then?
I don't think they would be able to get the building permit if it wasn't outside of those vision triangles.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Yeah, Mr. Fry.
Thank you, Brad. On criteria number 5, it speaks to the proposed sign is over 6 times the size of what is allowed by the sign code. How do you determine the size of the sign code? I mean, what is the 200 square feet? Is it the entire monument sign or just the portion that says Rachel Brook Estates?
That's a good question. I am going to look at, okay, the applicant, I think, is going to be able to answer that question for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we will call now on the applicant or agent.
Make sure. Do we want to make sure there are no other questions for me?
Yeah, are there any other questions? Okay, thank you. Now we'll call on the applicant or agent. Please give us your name and address, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Kristen Wee. I'm with Lang Real Estate, 4852 South Broadway, Wichita, Kansas. I am the project manager under our development team on the Rachel Brook Estates development that we have going here. I have a couple points that I'd like to make quick, and then I also have Matt Roth with Miracle Signs here who will also make a couple of points as well. We have multiple monuments on this development. However, our entry monument, the one that you're looking at today, does not meet the 32 square feet for the sign code. A couple of things that I want to clarify that I think were maybe misunderstood or confusing on the staff comments was 6 times the size, etc. So really quick, the county code has 2 different definitions for a sign structure and a sign surface. So I'm going to quickly read those and identify what I think that portrays on these designs. So a sign structure means the support, poles, upright bracing, or brackets and framework for any sign that is mounted or affixed to a building structure or the ground. Per that definition, that essentially means can we go back to the monument picture, please? It was back a slide. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you
I'll use the mouse. I'll use the mouse.
We're recording this, so.
According to that definition, that would be this entire pole, support, foundation, and structure. If we look at the sign surface definition, that means the entire area within a square, circle, rectangle, or triangle, or combination thereof that encompasses the limits of the writing, representation, or other display together with material or color of the background of a display. So really the signage that I think we should be looking at per the definitions of the county code is strictly the Rachel Brook Estate section here. I believe you probably could argue that the logo as well could be included with that. Can we go to the next slide, please? Per those definitions, I think the measurements that we need to be looking at essentially is this is only right here and right here, which equals 62 square feet that encompasses the logo. So the 32 square feet, I don't think our sign is 6 times, so I think that was a misconception there. We're only at 62 square feet if you include the logo and our Rachel Brook Estates letters there. So I think that was a misconception on the numbers that the staff was looking at. The other item that I want to point out quickly is that home sites, there's a private community with a gated area as well. I believe that this sign will be aesthetically pleasing and supports the type of homes and development that is going here. I do not think the sign being a little bit bigger to fit our letters is going to be a hindrance to the development or make the area or the county look poor. I'll also let Matt speak on any other items.
Can you give us your name and address, sir?
My name is Matt Roth. I'm with Miracle Signs, 3611 North Broadway, Wichita. What I wanted to point out, Kristen did a good job of explaining the misunderstanding on the square footage. I want to talk a little bit more about visibility of signage. The smaller a sign is, the harder it is to read. It's very obvious. In this case, this sign is out at a county road. I believe it's 167th Street West, so far west of Wichita, probably 5 miles or so. When it comes to visibility and size, that determines how far you can see it. It becomes a much bigger deal when you start talking about traffic and you're trying to get the attention of drivers noticing a sign and where to turn. With that, in this case, like I mentioned, the speed limit is 55 miles per hour in that area. We have used USSC, which is United States Sign Council. They have done extensive research on signage, speeds, visibility, how big you need to be able to see it from a certain distance. And they have great statistics and data, and I'm just going to get into the weeds on some of their data as it pertains to visibility, maneuver time, things like that when it comes to signs. They break it down by simple and complex as far as the ability to read. I would definitely say that this sign is simple to read, which they say that a driver needs 8 seconds to be able to identify a sign and read it, an additional 4 seconds to make a maneuver. That'd be braking, turning. In this situation, we don't have any lanes to deal with, so we don't have any more time to add on to that. That puts us at 12 seconds USSC typically says on average they want to see 10 seconds. In this case, we're looking at 12 seconds of basically viewing time that the drivers need to see for safety. Looking at 32 square foot that the city has for residential neighborhoods makes perfect sense within a community where people are going to be driving 20, 25, maybe 30 miles per hour. At 25 miles an hour, 32 square foot is going to get you about 4 seconds of visibility. That's also going to determine or be dependent on the text that is on the sign. Like she pointed out, depending on how many letters you have, when you're dealing with square footage, you can only fit so many letters and words into that square footage, and things need to shrink. When it comes down to 55 miles per hour, in order to get 8 seconds of visibility, a sign should be 242 square foot. For 5 seconds, 95 square foot. I think it's pretty important to discuss safety, it being on a road, to be able to identify that that is an issue with this location. And as Kristen pointed out, there's definitely a mix-up on the actual square footage of the sign. Wichita, the city of Wichita has already permitted the circular sign and has just said that we need to permit the Rachel Brook Estate sign, which is, I believe, was it 51? So it is slightly over, but I do feel like safety needs to be addressed. And when it comes down to the other criteria, I just want to make some comments on that as well. The part that it was created by the applicant, I think we did not design this sign. I believe you all used alloy. But I think it's fair to say that sizing, safety was taken into consideration when building this and looking at what the size of the sign needed to be. The other piece, number 2 criteria, the staff did approve. Number 3, unnecessary hardships. I would go back to safety. Nobody wants to see an accident. Nobody wants to see somebody get hurt because of a sign not being visible, whether it's day or night. Number 4, I've already hit safety. That's a piece that's in there as well. Number 5, I think going back to where the city had mentioned that it's over 6 times is a misunderstanding. It would be less than 2 times the size of what the current sign code allows. So my ask is that you take into consideration data and research that's been done and the higher speeds that are not typical in the city of 40 miles an hour, and make your determination off of that as well. Kristen, do you want to add anything else?
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board of the applicants? Mr. Zimmelman.
Could we go back to the elevation that shows the stone wall below and everything? Wrong one. Keep going. Well, maybe we don't have it, but what is the height of the stone wall? Because it's so small on mine, I can't read it.
I don't know that we've scaled that out, but the stone wall itself is not what's in question, I guess.
Well, what's in question to me is if I'm leaving this neighborhood, I'm on the back side of that sign, correct?
Yep.
My head's probably 3 to 4 feet off the ground, so I can't see anything coming from the left.
I think the site triangle was discussed earlier. That will go through, once we go through the permitting process, that has to be approved. Depending on the street that it's on or what type of intersection we're going into, I believe in this case it's 50 feet that we have to follow, which I don't see being a problem, but it will not get permitted if we do not have the proper site triangle.
I'm just asking you, does that seem safe people are driving 55 miles an hour down that road, reading that sign and not looking at me pulling out on the highway.
You should be pulled out into the stop sign far out from where the sign is located.
Well, I can't tell that from this picture.
Do you have a site plan?
They did on a previous slide.
Do you have the site plan?
The monument will be in code and safe. It's been designed with alloy, with Miracle, with multiple factors and vendors that are professionals in this space, and will not be permitted if it is not. However, today, I guess we are just asking for the increase in the letters of Rachel Brook Estates. If you approve that today, it will not approve the monument getting placed or any permitting along those lines.
Mr. Blick.
I have a few questions for you. Start off with is this sign going to be backlit or internally lit?
Yes, the sign will be backlit.
Okay. Statement earlier, or maybe this you might be able to help me. So if a larger sign, do you sell more homes for a larger sign?
I would not say that you sell more homes because of a larger sign necessarily, no.
Okay, what about more expensive homes require a larger sign? That's what I heard earlier. Is that true also?
I would say that the larger sign enhances the quality of a more expensive neighborhood on a higher end home, yes.
Okay, and then into the safety, when you were bringing numbers up, you're talking inside city of Wichita. We're talking at 167th that has a gravel road down through there. How does that affect? Most people drive slower on a gravel road usually than a paved road. Plus, inside the city, you also have additional signs and businesses all down through there. So you're distracted more than just seeing one sign on this side of this road.
When I was out on 167th last week, the road was paved, and at that time there was no sign, and I blew right past where I needed to be. That was obvious construction. So I think signage is critical, especially as things develop over time. I don't know when the speed limit's going to change, but I think safety definitely needs to be in a consideration on visibility. People don't need to be doing U-turns or slamming on their brakes to make an abrupt maneuver to go into a neighborhood. Obviously, people that live there are probably going to know where to turn, but people have family and friends and other people coming into the neighborhood.
So you're only going to see for this was a quarter-mile stretch. There'll only be one sign on that one side.
Yes, there is both paved roads on this development. There is 4th Street is one side, not to do with the monument. 167th is the other side. That is a paved road. If you are on 167th, there is trees along that entire way. The developer is leaving those trees to enhance and bring privacy to the community. Like Matt said, if you are driving down 167th right now, it is very hard to realize where that entrance is with all of the trees. You're going 55 miles an hour at the speed limit on the 167th, and believe that these letters, again, there is 19 letters that we're trying to fit on here, and don't believe that if we were to fit 19 letters in the 32 square feet of the code, that you would be safe and easy to see that sign coming down 167th at 55 miles an hour.
So it sounds like you guys are needing a bigger sign because you have a tree problem and along there, and I would see you could trim the trees back because the trees are going to grow. So I don't see that you would need a bigger sign later on.
I think it really needs to be more about the visibility of the sign and how fast you're going.
Okay.
I think that's the biggest piece. I mean, I can touch on it again. If you were driving 25 miles an hour, a sign of 32 square foot would be visible for 4 seconds. I challenge you to go out and look at a sign that's visible in 4 seconds. As soon as you're able to read it, to slam on the brakes and make the turn.
I would have to agree with you on safety. I see now there's more of a safety concern with that sign being higher up in the area versus lower. When you're driving and you're looking straight ahead, you're having to look up to see the 19-letter sign. So I see it more of a safety concern now than if you would have the monument sign lower.
Mr. Mater, do you have a question?
I do, and I'm, again, like my usual question, I'm not sure who I'm asking this of, but we're being asked to approve up to 200.4 square feet. We heard, I believe, that there's a difference in how that's measured. So would we be 200 square feet as to how staff is considering it, or to how the sign manufacturer is considering it?
I'm not sure how it was calculated by the city, but if you want to.
No, I'll just step in and just say that Brad Etherly, senior planner again. I took this off of what the application asked for. So the application specifically asked for 200.4 square feet. Now, if later on they realize that, oh, we don't need that whole monument to be part of the sign as calculated by the county, then that's possible. But that's what I took off what the application asked for.
So then, as applicant, you should be able to answer that 200 square feet is for.
I did look at the application this morning and it was for 200 square foot. However, that was for what would be billed to us. We are allowed square footage. For example, if it's 32 square foot, we're allowed 32 square foot for both sides, meaning just the one side. If it's a mirrored side, it's 32 square foot, but we get charged for both sides, if that makes sense. The way that the application was, I didn't write the code or anything. So if it's a double-sided sign, the one face, we're allowed 32 square foot. We're also allowed 32 square foot on the other side, but we would be charged for both faces. So the mix-up may have been the permitting chargeable square foot versus the allowable square foot, if that makes sense.
Okay, and then, so my question is, if we find out that, depending on whose criteria we use to determine how big the sign is, again, we're back to that because staff was saying it'd be, am I confused there on what staff is saying, how large the sign is versus what the contractor's saying? That might be a staff question.
Can I make a quick comment? I'm gonna circle right here and I can't read what's on the screen, but there is definitely a very gray area on sign code. The Rachel Brook Estates, as you can see here, and the logo, we've had it where you can trace around this, and this is counted as wall or structure. Same goes for this. You would just count around the signage itself as a box. And I believe we even took out this little box down here for the R that hangs down. So really, I would like for the city to give us direction. But if you were to take these letters off the sign and build this monument and leave this backer, that is just a wall or structure that the signage is attached to. Not, what's that?
The letters are only at 51 point.
Yeah, the letters themselves are just 51 square foot.
Scott, do you have a comment?
Yes, if I could. What I would like to offer is that Kelly Dixon is here from MABCD, and I believe he can share some insights about how the signs are measured. I know this is the applicant's time to answer questions, but just because this specific question has come up, I think he's best equipped to answer it.
Hi, Kelly Dixon, Metropolitan Area Building and Construction. So the quick answer to the question is, when I go to look at the size of the sign, I'm going to be looking at this box right here. And basically a square box around this right here. And that's going to be the square footage that I'm going to be using to meet the code. He talked about both getting charged twice. How we how we calculate the fees is not reflective particularly of the size, the footprint of the sign. The code is the footprint of the sign. If it's 51 square feet, then it'd be 51 square feet. However, I'll charge them for two faces, so 104 or whatever. Does that make sense? Answer your question?
Vaguely, yes.
Yeah. I mean, but I'm not, we don't look at the foundation, any of this as part of the sign for the square footage requirement.
Any other questions of
Kelly, I have a question for you. So when you see Best Buy sign on Kellogg, you're only counting the square up top, you're not counting the pole, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's just wherever the letters are attached.
Correct.
Okay.
And so it gets interesting when you look at bigger monument signs like this. But if this were vertical, for example, just, 7 feet wide and 12 feet tall, but the sign's only up on the top covering 12 square feet, that's all I'm going to look at for the footprint to meet the code.
Thanks for the clarification.
So where that attached is, that round piece, would you not count the whole section, the tower also, since it's attached to that?
No, I would basically draw a square right here and figure that for square footage.
Okay.
Just around the logo, correct?
Yes.
And did you say the same on the text?
On the text, I'll just dump that whole piece.
Okay.
There's no further questions from the board. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to speak on this case? Please approach the podium, give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Curtis Edwards. I reside at 2224 North Prince, that's Wichita, Kansas. I just had a quick question over the overview, which is how far back?
Sir, would you please use the mouse?
I'm sorry about
taping this, and we want to catch all of it.
If the street is here, where is the stop sign from here? So that way we know this is not like a big blind spot. That would be my question, if anybody could answer that. That's all I wanted to know. And then that way we know if the massive sign would be a safety issue. I don't know.
We'll respond to that when the applicant has a rebuttal.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak on this? Is there anyone else from the public that wants to speak on this? If not, I'll bring it back to the applicant, and you will have 2 minutes for rebuttal. Maybe you can address the last speaker's question.
Sure. I apologize. I was not prepared for safety questions in regards to where this monument on the site plan and stop signs with square footage and feet were going to be today, since we were just approving the letter increase on our logo and the monument, Rachel Brook Estates letters. However, our site plan has this monument. While you see the blue outline, that is not the full monument. That is just the easement for the monument. The monument is going to sit back further than what you see or in the blue. It's going to sit further back on the blue. It will be safe. Again, we will have to have permits. I apologize. I cannot give the exact feet today of how far that stop sign will be, but in regards to the location of safety with this, it will be permitted and approved for all of those items. Today, we're just hoping to increase the Rachel Brook Estates letters specifically.
Mr. McKay has a
Ma'am,
question.
in your presentation earlier, did you say there's going to be a gate there or not a gate?
There will be no gate. There will be a gated entry on our phase 2, which includes right here. This will be a gated community, but there will be none at the entrance, which is what we're debating today.
Thank you. At this point, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and action. Mr. Warren.
I have a staff question. When we started to look at this thing and we saw the drawings, I think all of us looked at the complete monument sign and the size of the monument sign. Now we've reduced it down just to the lettering, which is a much smaller deal. If I'm concerned about the size of the monument, how is that going to be dealt with? Because I'm looking at it, something that's a huge structure that looks a lot different than what we've been allowing, and to me, that's a change of the game.
And I would offer, just before Kelly speaks, is that maybe what we might do is at another meeting when we have a less robust agenda, maybe we can go through the process that staff use when they're looking at signage and safety, because it appears that that's a pretty significant question that folks have. But I'll just mention that, and Kelly, I'll turn it over to you in terms of the permitting.
Well, again, as far as permitting is concerned, we're only going to look at the actual size of the sign, not the structure that goes along with it. If that structure requires a building permit or whatever, it may have to have that. But as I'm only looking at the actual sign face
So
and its location.
So Kelly, there would be possibility of a sign permit, and depending on the size of what that pedestal or podium is for the sign,
Correct.
that
There could be requirements for engineering and a building permit for that base.
Okay, and do you know at what point that would be triggered by any chance?
Once I get an application, I can have it reviewed by a plan reviewer to see if it's going to meet that criteria.
Okay, so that's how you find out is you would get it as the sign.
Yeah, out in the county, I don't get a whole lot like this, so this is, fairly uncommon for me. Thanks, Kristen.
Kelly, can you just clarify again? I believe it has been clarified, but just I think we're all of the understanding that the stone base that the sign would be attached to is not part of the sign area.
Correct.
You are correct. We're only looking at the sign area and not the monument.
Correct. I'll only be looking at, for size consideration, the block that says Rachel Brook Estates plus the logo.
And so for consideration today is not the monument that would be constructed, but how big the sign face will be, regardless of how big a monument or where the monument is placed.
Any other questions of the commission? We have a motion on this.
Mr. Commissioner, I move that we approve the request that the applicant has met all the conditions necessary for the granting of the sign code variance request.
I have a motion by Mr. Fry.
I got a substitute motion.
Pardon?
I got a substitute motion. I'd substitute motion to defer for 2 weeks until we can get some clarity over the actual base of it. Because now I think that we're putting the cart before the horse if we don't know actually what we can and can't do on that base. So if we approve the sign and then the base says, nope, they can't, that might change the direction of the applicant.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Blick and a second by Zimmelman. Okay. We'll vote on the substitute motion first. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Take a voice vote.
Yes, sir. Duel.
Nay.
Mater.
Nay.
McKay.
Nay.
Fry.
Nay.
Bill Johnson is absent. Blick. Nix.
Nay.
Cluntz.
Nay.
Warren. Joe Johnson.
Aye.
Miles is absent. Zimbelman. Aldrich is absent. Williams Bay. Motion fails. Motion fails 4-7.
Okay, we'll go back to the original motion made by Mr. Fry and seconded by Mr. Mater.
Yes, a vote to approve the variance will require 8 votes.
And that it meets the 5 criteria. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, the same sign. Voice vote.
Here we go, sir. Roll call vote. Duel.
Aye.
Mater.
Aye.
McKay.
Aye.
Fry.
Aye.
Bill Johnson is absent. Blick? Nix?
Aye.
Clontz?
Nay.
Warren? Joe Johnson?
Aye.
Miles is absent. Zimbelman? Aldrich is absent. Williams Bay? The motion fails 7-4.
So can somebody tell me where that leaves us?
The motion, the pursuant to the bylaws, to approve a variance, you have to have 8 votes. So therefore, this fails for lack of sufficient votes.
Okay, so
Therefore, the application fails.
it fails and the motion is, the case is not approved, period, right? Okay.
Now, I would offer, and this is a question for legal, is that if there's a motion to defer it, and that was successful, would that continue the application, or at this point is the application done?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the issue has been decided. It's done.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the BZA portion of the meeting, which we will adjourn, and we will go back to the MAPC meeting, and we will start with item 2.3. Why don't we take a short break until we clear out, and we'll reconvene in, what, 5 minutes? Sounds good to me.
an abbreviated, a very abbreviated staff report and get to the applicant to have them answer the question.
The mic is on. Okay, good afternoon, Greg Sharon, planning staff, here to present the 47th Street Addition subdivision. If you could go to the subdivision plat. This is a revised one-step final plat. The original plat was approved in September 2021. This is for 18-lot residential subdivision. So if you go through the plat, I believe the original subdivision did not have the connection to the street up north. So they added that to address fire department's comments regarding to access to units over 30 units. This property is zoned TF3, two-family residential. Although there are 18 lots, it has the opportunity to have a duplex on each lot, which would increase the units to over 30 units, which per the fire code requires 2 apparatus access roads. As far as the intent of the cul-de-sac, I will leave that up to the applicant to state the reason for the cul-de-sac. Like I had mentioned earlier, there is no subdivision regulations that would prohibit or require a cul-de-sac design in this subdivision. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions from the commission of staff? If not, we'll call on the agent or applicant to speak, and you will have 10 minutes. Please give us your name and address. Is the agent or applicant present? Okay, if they're not here, I think we defer this case till our next meeting. Okay? Move on. We need a motion for deferral.
Get a motion to defer in 2 weeks.
Okay. So we have a motion from Mr. Blick, second from Mr. Fry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Okay, moving along. We are now into public hearings. We'll go to 4.1.
Grant Ellis with the planning staff presenting Con 2024-00079. The applicant is requesting a conditional use to allow an accessory apartment. The property is currently zoned RR rural residential. The property is 0.51 acres and located on 1949 North Hillcrest Drive. The property is currently developed with a single-family dwelling and an accessory structure. Next slide. The character of the area is rural and low-density residential. Properties on all sides of the site are zoned RR rural residential and in use as single-family dwellings. Next slide. The request is in conformance with the Community Investments Plan. The Community Investments Plan identifies the site as a rural growth area. Next slide. According to the site plan, the applicant is requesting a 36-foot by 26-foot accessory apartment. The Unified Zoning Code defines an accessory apartment as a dwelling unit that may be wholly within or may be detached from the principal single-family dwelling unit. Accessory apartments are subject to supplementary use regulations, section 3 D6A, which can be found in the staff report. The property uses a septic tank for its septic system, and water is provided by Sedgwick County Rural Water District Number 4. The property was platted as a part of the Lake Vista addition. There have been no prior zoning cases associated with this property. Can we go through the site photos? This is looking south towards the site. Next slide. This is looking south towards the proposed location of the accessory apartment. Next slide. This is looking west towards the site. Next slide. This is looking north away from the site. Next slide. This is looking east away from the site. The planning staff recommends the request for conditional use be approved with the following conditions. That the accessory apartment shall remain accessory and under the same ownership as the principal single-family residence, and that the ownership shall not be divided or sold as condominium. Exterior materials are to be complementary with the main structure. Water and sewer services shall be shared with the main structure and provided in compliance with the Sedgwick County Sanitation Code before a building permit will be issued. Electric, gas, telephone, and cable television utility service may be provided as separate utility services. The applicant shall obtain permits including but not limited to building, health, and zoning. This will include submitting plans for approval by MABCD. The development and maintenance of the site shall be in conformance with the approved site plan. If the zoning administrator finds that there's a violation of any of the conditions in the conditional use, the zoning administrator, in addition with enforcing the other remedies set forth in Article 8 of the Unified Zoning Code, may with the concurrence of the planning director declare that the conditional use is null and void. Planning staff makes this recommendation based on our golden rules. I would like to make a comment on rule number 8 with opposition in support of the neighborhood residents. We have received many comments about this, one in support and many against it. And I stand here for any questions.
Any questions from the commission of staff at this time?
I've got a question. Can you go back to the photographs of the site? Just go back a couple slides. To the actual photo.
Yeah, go to north, looking towards the proposed site of the accessory apartment.
Keep going.
Sorry, south.
No, keep going.
Keep going. There we go.
Right there. The structure that we're looking at is a garage. I mean, is that correct?
That is the proposed structure. They did. Kelly Dixon can explain more about that, but they had built the structure without a permit, I believe.
So that's the proposed structure?
Yeah, that's the proposed structure.
Okay.
Any other questions of staff at this point? Not, we'll call on the agent or applicant. You'll have 10 minutes. Please give us your name and address.
Hello, we are Ryan and Christine Damel, the application at 1949 Hillcrest. And we can answer any questions. We did have a permit originally for this building as a building permit. When we were told that as soon as we added a kitchen and a bathroom, then we would have to change permitting to an accessory apartment. And so that is what we are here for today, to get the proper permitting, pay the proper fees, and move on and allow our man cave to be permitted.
Any questions from the commission of the applicant? Mr. Warren?
So if I understand you right, you're not looking to rent this out as a rental property. This is for your own personal use?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Blick?
Do you agree by all staff's recommendations that's listed also?
We do, yes.
Any other questions? If not, thank you. We will now call on the public. If anybody wants to speak on this, please come forward and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Patsy Elward. I live at 21828 Appaloosa Court, Ottard. I live in this development, and it was my understanding that this building was being used as an Airbnb for income. And that's why we are here, because that's not what we wanted. And I also had a question when they defined the property, and that young man, he mentioned something about 5.1 acres, and those lots are not 5.1 acres. 0.5. Okay, I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this? Please go to the podium and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Mike Campling. I live at 1933 North Hillcrest. If you look to the left side of this one right here is my house. And they said they're not going to rent it out, but I just want to know if they can rent it out if they want to. What this actually gives them the right to do.
Does staff want to answer that question, or should we wait for the applicant to answer that? It's a staff question, I think.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and address it, and then we'll look to legal to provide any additional insights. But when it comes to zoning, the zoning does not govern whether you can rent or lease or own. Just because if you think about it, we have single family zoning, we have residential zoning throughout the city, throughout the county, and it does not stipulate whether it can be leased or whether it can be just owner occupied. It just simply is not something that zoning gets into. If now that doesn't prohibit an HOA from having private covenants or something that would govern, but zoning does not get into whether it's a rental or owner occupied.
It's rural residential, correct? Which is rural residential with no VRBOs and stuff like that. But you can't tell me if they get this, if they can rent it out.
Similar homeowners association out there, so it's not covered in any county regulations.
And the main reason I want to know is they said they weren't going to rent it out. That's fine. So if they sell it, the next person comes in there, they can do whatever they want to with it.
Yes, that would be correct, sir.
So if they get this variance, they can rent it out.
In this case, it's a conditional use that they're requesting, but that is correct. If they get permission to have an accessory apartment on there, then they would have the ability, provided that there's not some other private restriction, they would have the ability to rent that out. Similar to if they eventually move to a different house and still retain this property, they would be able to rent out the house.
As a VRBO or an Airbnb?
Let's see.
As long-term rental or what?
Important distinction. That is correct. So no, short-term rentals are a specific use, and short-term rental is related to Airbnb, VRBO, and no, those are not currently allowed in the county. There are discussions about that, at least in the residential zoning. And there are discussions about that going on at the county commission level, and something I think that will be explored again shortly, but at this point, no.
So basically, if they get this, they can do whatever they want.
No, sir, I think I just clarified to you that they would have the ability to do a long-term lease at this. If it's approved, they would have that ability, similar to how they could just lease out the house at this time. However, then your second question was about short-term rentals, and the answer I've provided is that no, they are not allowed to operate a short-term rental on this property.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this case? Please give us your name and address, and you will have 3 minutes.
My name is James Aylward. I'm at 21828 Appaloosa Court. I live in the area there. The things that haven't been addressed here are safety. First of all, this was plotted in the 60s as rural residential, which is at your highest restriction. The people that, you should have a letter from me explaining my concern, and then you should have several pages of people that have signed that do not want this. We do not want the added traffic, the possible noise that would be rented out over the weekend, as it has been rented out as Airbnb, and we don't want that either. And the traffic would be for safety, because these are families that purchase these homes out there to have a nice quiet area and without traffic except for the other people that live there. Another concern I have is the construction that has been backed up into the power line right away. There's some construction, a concrete blocky restraining wall or something there, and I don't even know if the building might be back in that. I don't see how they get permit to do that. The other would be the codes, plumbing and electrical that I'd be concerned about, but I have no idea if those were taken care of or approved. So just if you're going to go make this a commercial from rural residential, you're going to allow anybody out there, if something would happen, that they could move any kind of structure in there and rent it out or open a business or something. And that is not why we are all out there and have purchased our properties out there for that, or to be involved with that. There's Goddard, Colwich, Andale, other places. If they want to rent things out, they can go to those towns. I'm sure they can find something, or they're probably zoned to do that. We are not zoned out there for this type of activity. And like I said, you should have several pages of those people living close right there, like Mike right next door, that do not want this. So we are hopefully that you will abide by our wishes to keep our neighborhoods safe and quiet and residential. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this case? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the applicant. You'll have 2 minutes rebuttal.
I think the clarification that my neighborhood needs at this time is the misinformation that they received when we put the application in. Due to the wrong inside or outside Sedgwick County, the information given to my neighbors was that we are trying to rezone this as a general industrial shop. My neighbors are trying to also just get clarification that there is no short-term rental available. There isn't any generalized businesses, quick trips, gas stations, anything that can just go in there whenever we want to go in there. So we are here just trying to get this to be a mother-in-law type suite, man cave for our family to stay. Any type of short-term rental, as we've gone door to door through multiple of our neighbors and I've talked to them and tried to be as transparent as possible, just letting them know that we do not intend on going forward with any of short-term rentals. This is just for our own personal use, and we are happy to discuss that in between anybody at any time. But if there's anyone here, Grant Ellis was the one that gave that information that was crossing from Justin. And so we received a few emails, but I think that's what we're trying to get clarification on and comfort our neighbors with as well.
Thank you. Question, yes, Mr. Zimmelman.
How long was it after you started this project that you started to hear comments about or asking what you were doing?
No, I haven't heard from anybody directly. No one has approached us regarding it.
Mr. Williams Bay.
So you did not have a permit to build the structure to begin with?
We did, yes, sir. We had a building permit, and then every hired electrician, hired anybody that did work on it, pulled their own permits as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll bring it back to the board now for action. Anybody want to make a motion on this?
I'll move that we approve this per staff recommendations.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, so we had Mr. Zimmelman made the motion and Mr. Nix seconded it. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, the same sign. Motion carries. Okay, now we are on to 4.2. We have a staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Christina Reith with planning staff. Before I begin here, tomorrow is Grant Ellis's last day as our intern. So thank you so much for being here this summer. This is CUP 2024-00024. The applicant requests to amend the provisions of the CUP in question here, which is this Chelsea Station Community Unit Plan. The box that we see outlined in black here, this is parcel 12B. And on this parcel, they are requesting what is considered in our terms in the zoning code as correctional placement residence general. This parcel is 1.66 acres in size and is generally located on the west side of North Broadmoor, south of East 21st Street North. So the address for this is 2115, 2123 North Broadmoor. The subject site is currently developed with a 16,000 square foot housing complex that was constructed in 2010 originally for I'm seeing on Google Maps, it used to be a dormitory for an educational institution. And the applicant intends to utilize the existing buildings for the proposed use. You'll see a letter here towards the back of the report outlining the prospective tenant's intention for, again, that use space. So I have a definition here on why this is considered correctional placement residence. So this is for individuals or offenders, and it provides residential or rehabilitation services for those who reside or who have been placed in such facilities due to any of the situations there. Most of it talks about, court-ordered parole, so on and so forth. And so they're requesting general in this case because it is going to, they request that it is occupied by more than 15 individuals, including staff members who may reside there. So if this was not in a CUP, because of the current zoning, it would require a conditional use process. We heard one conditional use case earlier, so it would require the same notice and public hearings. So then I have a paragraph here that talks about the parking requirements for correctional placement residents, limited or general. And then all correctional placement residences in the city are subject to section 20.08 of the Wichita Municipal Code. And this includes provisions on criminal background checks, inspections, and then standards for facilities with sex offender populations. And this section of the municipal code has a separate 1,200-foot distance requirement for facilities of this nature. So, you know, in order to receive a license to serve those kinds of populations, that would require a waiver of this distance requirement, and that would have to go to city council. It doesn't necessarily come here. It would go just straight to city council. Other than that, you know, these are strict provisions that are imposed by the city, and, you know, they have like annual inspections, so on and so forth. The character of the neighborhood is a mix of commercial and high density residential development. A little bit of case history. Earlier this year, this planning staff granted an administrative adjustment to the CUP to create parcel 12B. The same permitted, there's going to be the same permitted uses on site, as well as maximum building height parking requirements. And then this CUP is fairly old, so there's at least 13 other amendments and adjustments associated with this community unit plan. The proposed applications is in conformance with the community investments plan. The map identifies the area in which the site is located to be appropriate for new residential. So while it's correctional placement residence is defined in the zoning code as a public or civic use, but it is residential in nature, so it is in staff believes that it is conformance with this category. One of the general development pattern guidelines of the community investments plan is that development should occur where necessary, supporting infrastructure and services exist or are planned for extension. So the applicant intends to utilize the existing buildings for this correctional placement residence. And the requested CUP amendment is in conformance with the Wichita Places for People plan. The requested CUP amendment aligns with one of the strategies outlined in the plan, Strategy 3, improve the economic feasibility of commercial and service uses and the markets necessary to support them. So, you know, the proposed site for the use will utilize existing buildings and is located in an area with existing multimodal infrastructure, and is situated near properties that similarly provide multifamily housing. Additionally, amending the CUP as a permitted, or to include correctional placement residence as a permitted use, thus improves its economic feasibility. Based upon the information available at the time the staff report was prepared, it is recommended that the amendment to CUP DP 62 be approved, subject to the following conditions. And for the first one, we are saying one of the conditions is that correctional placement residents shall comply with Title 20.08 of the Wichita Municipal Code. So if they are found in violation of the CUP, the CUP amendment could potentially be rescinded. This recommendation is based on the golden rules that we apply to all planning cases. So at the time the staff report was prepared, staff received one comment from an adjacent property owner who was curious about the development. That has since changed. I provided an email earlier this week with all of the written comments that I have received. Some were handwritten, others were formal letters sent via email, and those were all compiled and sent to you guys. I have not received anything since then, so those are all the comments that I have. And with that, let's go to some of the site photos. This is looking east towards the site. Next slide, please. This is looking south towards the site. And next slide, please. This is looking west towards the site on Broadmoor. Next slide, please. This is looking north towards the site. Next slide, please. This is looking west away from the site. You can see an office building in the back there. Next slide, please. This is looking north away from the site. I believe this is a small commercial office space. Next slide, please. This is looking east away from the site on the opposite side of North Broadmoor that is developed with multifamily housing. Next slide, please. This is looking south away from the site. I tried to be on the property and take a picture of again, the multifamily housing that is adjacent. Next slide, please. That concludes my site photos, and with that, I will stand for questions.
Any questions from the commission of staff? Not, thank you. We'll call on the agent or applicant now to speak. Please give us your name and address, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Phil Meyer with Boffman Company, agent for the applicant. 315 Ellis is our address. The applicant today is the Word of Life Church because that's the present property owner. There's a contract purchase on that property with Mirror Inc. And this contract purchase depends on the approval of this zoning that we're asking you for today. Des Martins, the president and CEO of Mirror Inc., is here with me today to help do part of this presentation. We're going to share our time. So Mirror Inc. has been in business since 1972. They provide alcohol and substance abuse treatment facilities all over the state of Kansas. They have 4 locations that have residences that can stay there overnight, which is what will happen on this facility and part of the reason we're looking for the amendment. They've got 10 outpatient facilities throughout the state. They provide assessment centers to determine if individuals need this treatment facility or not. When we get into doing these, there will be, and I'll get into this with the correctional placement and why we need it, but there will be court-ordered individuals to attend a drug and substance abuse facility. And that population is going to range between 1/3 to 2/3 of the people there, and it cycles up and down throughout the year. So to do that, based on our zoning ordinance, which has a lot of nuances in it that cause problems, there's always concerns about correctional placement residents general. And by our zoning ordinance, you have to have that zoning allowed to be able to take court-ordered guidance services for alcohol or chemical dependency. And that's how it's written in our correctional placement facility, which is in the staff report. So with that, staff's also requiring that we comply with Title 20.08 from the Wichita Municipal Codes, which is the alternative correctional housing section. And we have absolutely no issue with doing that. Mirror Inc. has a facility in Wichita already that does some of the residential overnight treatment, and they're used to complying with that title in our ordinance, and we'll have no problem agreeing to that today. So this existing facility that's here today, there's 5 buildings on this site. 4 of these buildings will be used for treatment. One of these buildings will be remodeled and used for a kitchen and kind of a community center for the facilities. In the beginning, 2 of these buildings will house residences that will stay overnight. The other buildings would be used for daytime outpatient facilities. I want to make sure I'm clear with everybody here that changes and can change over time. So we may have 3 buildings that house residents, but at the moment, or the initial plans for them is to have 2 buildings that will house residents and 2 buildings that will deal with office and outpatient. In saying that, anytime there's residences in one of these buildings, there will be staff inside that residence 24/7, 365 days. So we'll always have staff there within that building. So it's not like just one staff member overnight for the whole complex. There will be staff in every building where there are people being treated. This treatment facility will work for both adolescents and adults, both on the staying in the residence and the outpatient. We'll deal with both. So it will have adolescents and adult treatments in that, with that. So I know we discussed a lot of the zoning around there. This is a general office, and the general office allows them to do a treatment facility. It just doesn't allow them to have the court-ordered treatment possibility, and that's what the application is for today. So with that, I want to let you explain Mirror a little bit.
All right, thank you.
Can you give us your name and address, please?
Yes. Des Martins, President and CEO of Mirror, 130 East 5th, Newton, Kansas, 67114.
Thank you.
Mirror was founded on the belief that people can and do change. Our mission is to strengthen people and communities by helping individuals cultivate hope and redefine their lives. Since 1972, Mirror has been providing substance use treatment services in Kansas. We are privileged to serve thousands of Kansans, their families, and their communities each year. From a small outpatient office in Newton, Mirror has evolved over the past 50 years into a multifaceted organization. We now operate multiple facilities successfully, residential and outpatient, across the state, a federal reentry program, work for success programs, a strong prevention department that has gained national recognition for its innovative youth development model, STAND. STAND is in 7 regional high schools in this area and has been shown to reduce drug and alcohol use in youth and promote positive mental health. Mirror's board of directors has a long history of being committed to communities and rising to the occasion of needs. In December of 2022, we began piloting a small residential substance use treatment program on one wing of Reflections Recovery Center here in Wichita. We house 16 to 17-year-old males up to 12. That program has been a success. We have served over 100 to date. The program offers comprehensive 24-hour therapy environment in individual group therapy, family therapy, life skills, recreation groups, case management, and recovery services. Sedgwick County Juvenile Corrections Advisory Board's 2023 annual report identified substance use treatment for adolescent males and females ages 10 to 17 as the #1 needed program in the county. As an organization deeply committed to our mission and the well-being of communities, we are seeking to expand our services at the Broadmoor location. Programs offered there will be community-based and provide life-saving, life-changing substance use treatment to individuals throughout the Wichita metro area with a focus on adolescents. We have witnessed countless of individuals overcome addiction and live their best lives, giving back to communities and to their families. I want to clarify that the programs will not serve individuals of sexually based offenses or who are on a violent offender registry list. Our program is voluntary. We have referral sources from parole or probation, but we also have family members that bring their loved one in and people that voluntarily come to our centers. We're committed to being good neighbors. We take into account the residential area that we are in or the surrounding businesses that are in that area in all of our operations, and we strive to be a positive presence. I can assure you we will landscape and spruce the place up quite a bit.
So in closing, if I can, we checked with staff end of last week, Wednesday, Thursday. At that point in time, they had a couple phone calls, not a lot of concerns, and I probably rolled in here fat, dumb, and happy today, thinking things were not going to be as bad as projected. I think since that time, there's been other information and concerns that have come up. You're going to hear that, I think, here in a little bit. I'm not sure what all those comments are yet. I'll go to work on that. But I want to point out to the Planning Commission as you listen to this, and I'm just guessing what you're going to hear, please separate what's a fear factor of what could happen based on the terminology of correctional placement residents and what we're proposing to do and what this actual operation is. And you're going to hear me say that twice a day because I'll do it in the rebuttal when we come back up. But I just want to plant that seed of think about what the fear factor is. With that, we'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission at this time of the applicant? Yes, Mr. Zimmelman.
So most of the comments that were sent to me, the overwhelming problem or worry was the people running around all during the day and in the middle of the night, not knowing who they are, where they belong, whatever. Can you explain your process of, I mean, you got 5 buildings, you probably got 3 or 4 doors on each one. So how do you control who's coming and going on this process?
We do have security plan in place at all of our facilities. So no one can come in unless it's somebody that works there. And to go out, an alarm will go off. Our clients are always accompanied by staff. So of course we have nurses, we have techs, we have admins, we have counselors, we have directors on duty at all times. We have a security plan that has, cameras on the perimeter as well as lighting. We have areas that are designated in boundary for clients to go, like if they're going to go outside. Our security director has already assessed the facility and has a plan written up for us, like where clients would go when we go outdoors. Like it's not going to be to the north, it's not going to be south, yeah. So just those kinds of issues. Does that answer that question? They will not be unaccompanied. I mean, they'll be accompanied if they leave the building.
Any other questions of the applicant from the commission? Not, thank you for your presentation. We'll call on anybody from the public that would like to speak on this. Please go to the podium and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Albin. I am with Adams Jones Law Firm. I represent Union Mill Apartments. Our address is 1635 North Waterfront Parkway, Suite 200, 67206. You received a written statement from us on behalf of our clients. And what this really does is we're talking about a conditional use that has 5 particular sets of standards that have to go through before approval. And I outlined them very clearly about zoning and character, and I'm not going to go through and hit every single point every single time. What I am going to talk about are very specific ones. The nature or the character of what's going on here. I'm well aware of mirrors. I was a former prosecutor and have used their services with juveniles specifically, and realized that while most of the time there are perfectly great services, and they've done much great needed services through our community, and I do appreciate that. But most of their facilities, specifically like 37th and Tobin, are in heavily commercial zones. Heavily commercial zones. Other ones, like down on Dodge, is between Exploration Place with the river on one side, and while there is some residential, it is still primarily commercial. Going back, we are talking about a zone that has heavy multifamily residential zones on each side, with condominiums to the south, apartments to the southwest, more apartments to the east, a daycare facility to the north, and even further heavy residential areas directly across 21st Street. The CUP was originally made as an ancillary to those residential zones. That CUP was there to build up investment. And that's what these people did when they invested in these zones, because they rely upon those CUPs when making those investments. They rely upon our municipal code that allows for certain things and distance requirements to be considered, not just by the code and the council themselves, but those who also represent other entities of the city, including the Planning Commission. You are the gatekeepers in these type of situations. Now, I can go through and talk about health and safety and talk about recidivism rates and all those things that are concerns for us. But overall, the general aspect of what this is these facilities have always been in heavily commercial, not residential. The CUP was there for a reason. Let's leave it that way. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions of the speaker? Not, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this case? Please go to the podium and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Marie Carroll, and I live at 2025 North Broadmoor. One of the things I want you to know about the pictures is they failed to show you that if they had turned over to the south, there's a line of trees, a fence, and there's my house. In fact, I live in a unit, a little area that has 9 houses. So when they say, well, they'll find places for them to go out, I know where they're going to go. They're going to go to that empty lot, which is their building, the empty lot, and our houses. And I am a professor of behavioral sciences, and I've worked with juveniles, and I've worked with kids who have had substance abuse issues. It doesn't come by itself. There are other things that they're dealing with. Substance abuse is usually a symptom of trying to self-medicate. We have, if you turn the other way, there's a daycare. They didn't show you that. There's a daycare right there. And this is multifamily. If you look straight ahead, there are all sorts of multifamily from the corner of 21st to right about the end of where their property is. Every day there's tons of little kids running around. Now, I think that their proposals for security is great, but here's the thing. We have witnessed another organization that had something similar as far as the residence for young students, and we saw them out running around all the time. We heard them all the time. We've had glass broken in our units because they were playing ball. I mean, they don't have a place to go. So I have some concerns, especially about the things that they don't show you. What about the houses that, it's not just our unit. If you go, there's heavily populated single homes. I have concerns, not just about the population there, but as a homeowner, I have concerns about the money that I've invested. And I don't have a whole lot, and I worry about what's going to happen if a future owner or future prospective buyer doesn't like the idea that this is there. I just don't think that this is the place for it. I think that it needs to be I think it's a great organization. I think it meets a purpose, but not in the middle of our residences. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this at this time?
Using the mouse, can you show us where your residence is and also where the daycare is located?
Okay. So here's the corner and here's the daycare. And this would be this is like an empty field, not a large one, but there's field between us. And this would be my fence. And here, right through here, it doesn't look like it, but this should be, right through here should be a unit of 9 houses. Over here are all of these multi-units. Over here are other multi-units. Oh, wait a minute, did I get that? I got that right, didn't I? Okay. So we're right behind them. Did that answer your question? I'm sorry. Did somebody else have a question? Oh, I'm sorry.
Just for clarification, when would you say that your house was built approximately? I only ask because it helps me to identify it on the aerial map.
Sure.
There looks like there's a group of houses further south.
Further south this way?
Yes.
Well, these are, let me make sure I'm doing this right. This is a set of, this is Chelsea Square, but aren't we here? Where are we at? That's the
Field.
I'm so sorry, that's not a picture for me. So this must be the field, and we would be right through here, and the daycare would be right here. So we're pretty close. I mean, my fence, and then the field, and then there's nothing around them. I will say that this is a complex of several buildings. They're separated. There's a field behind them, buildings over to the north. There's nothing that confines these people, nothing that ensures that they stay on the property. And we've lived through that already once with an academic residency where there was nothing to keep them on the property. And the thing is, I think there's so many shiny things for these young juveniles. At 21st and Rock, there's all sorts of places to go. And we saw a lot of them going through the apartments, through the apartment buildings, so.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this case from the public? Not seeing no other public comments, we'll call on the agent and applicant for rebuttal, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Phil Meyer with Boffman again, Des Martins with Mirror here. I guess briefly, I don't want to make light of what we're asking for, but the facility they want to operate, they can operate a drug and alcohol or a drug and substance abuse here today. This property is zone geo, it's allowed. The only thing they cannot do without amendment to the CUP is to take court-ordered individuals into the facility. So that's the one item we're asking for. So as we're discussing, that use doesn't fit on this property. It shouldn't be here. That use is allowed in the GO today. It's the one item of taking a court-ordered. These are not criminals that are being court-ordered to come over to here. These are people that are struggling with alcohol or substance abuse. This will be monitored much better than it was when it was a dormitory for a school facility. They're going to any of the residents that are living here. They go outside the building. As Ded's told you, they're going to have somebody with them. So they're not going to be floating off going to other properties across the street or adjacent to that. So I do think, in my opinion, the use fits. It's that one item of accepting the court-ordered not only adolescents, but adults to the facility. So this is a service the community needs. Do you have anything you want to close with on that?
I just had a couple comments. We see nationally, I receive information all the time about the shortage of treatment, especially for adolescents in the nation. We know that in communities, adolescents are dying from substance use disorders. And in a room this size, I don't doubt that there's some of us who have experienced that with a nephew, a niece, a family member, a son or daughter. So we have an agency like Mirror that is willing to step up and take on the needs of a community and serve it like we do in our other locations in a safe way with lots of oversight and lots of success. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the commission of the agent or applicant at this point? Yes, Mr. Blick.
Hey, Phil or Des, I know this probably might not make a difference, but which two buildings are we looking at that's going to be the housing of it out of all those buildings? I don't know if you can tell me that now.
I want you to.
Okay. Well, we could select those. I can't say we we're that far. We're in contract and we've looked at all the buildings. So we could select those to be in a certain area, if you're recommending that.
Nah, I just didn't know if you already had them picked out, if it was on the north or south side, or
No.
if it mattered or not.
Some need a bit more work than others interior wise, and so we're just assessing that right now.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I have a question.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Williams may.
Is there presently a fence around the daycare that's just north of you there?
Yes, yes, there is.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a question. It might be for staff, but how much area does the CUP cover right now? How many other owners are affected by this?
If you could go to the zoning map, please. It's a very large CUP. It encompasses the apartment complexes to the east and to the southwest. It also includes the, there you go. It includes all of the areas in orange to the south, so even some of those single family homes. It may even include the commercial businesses on the southwest corner of 21st and Rock Road. So it's a very large CUP.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion and action.
Got another question.
Yeah, Mr. Williams may. Oh, Mr. Warren.
Okay. Unfortunately, there's a need for these kinds of facilities. This seems to be an ideal place for one. That it be approved. Good.
A motion by Mr. Warren, second by Mr. McKay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the same sign.
No.
Do we need to take account, or is there two no's?
I heard Mr. Williams Bay and Ms. Klontz as a no. Was there any other no votes? And Mr. Zimbelman. So the record would show that there was 3 no votes, Mr. Zimbelman, Mr. Williams Bay, and Ms. Klontz. So that would mean the motion would pass 7-3.
Okay, and this doesn't require a 8.8 majority. Okay. Motion is approved. Move on to 4.3.
This is case number ZON 2024-00034. The applicant is requesting a zone change from Single Family Residential District, or SF5, to LC Limited Commercial District. This property is a little bit under half an acre in size and is located on the southeast corner of West 29th Street North and North Salina. Or is it Salina or Salina? It's Salina? Okay, thank you. This is 961 West 29th Street North. The subject site is currently developed with a vacant church building that was constructed according to property records in 1989. The applicant is requesting this zone change to match the zoning of the nearby properties and expand options for development. If we look at the zoning map here, everything that you see in red is zoned LC Limited Commercial District. The applicant did not specify how the property might be redeveloped, but the requested zone change does allow for additional permitted uses on site and matches the zoning of the adjacent property, so that of the north and to the west. Because the applicant does not have a specified use, and we're looking at the context of the neighborhood, as well as the acreage of that, in limited commercial, staff is recommending that the application be approved for neighborhood retail zoning as opposed to limited commercial. So although it is established in the area, it would expand the opportunity for use compatibility issues in the area. So single family allows for single family housing and a limited number of civic and public uses, and NR and LC, they both allow for single family, two family, multifamily housing, in addition to a limited number of public, civic and commercial uses. So I have a chart here that shows how the setback requirements, minimum lot sizes, how that would all change. Also, something to keep in mind is that there is some platted setbacks as well as utility easements, so that restricts where any structures can be placed on the site. If they want to vacate those for any reason, that is a separate public hearing process. So the zone change, should it be approved, either for neighborhood retail or limited commercial, it shall be subject to compatibility and height standards. So that's essentially saying, you know, you can't, I mean, we do have maximum height standards, but they are a little bit lower depending on how close you are to residential zoning. So everything that you see in white here on this zoning map, this is single family. So that'll restrict, again, how close they can be to the property line and how tall potential development could be. The applicant is also subject to screening requirements set forth by the Unified Zoning Code, and that requires a 6 to 8 solid screening fence around the property where abutting residential zoning. And they shall adhere to the provisions of the Wichita Landscape Ordinance should the zone change request be approved. The property is already developed, we'll see in the site photos, with some mature trees along both of the streets in question. But they will have to demonstrate that either the current landscaping or the proposed landscaping meets the requirements of 1 shade tree or 2 ornamental trees per 40 linear feet. And that landscape plan has to be submitted prior to the issuance of building permits. So the character of the neighborhood is low density residential with limited commercial options at the intersections. So the one we'll see in the site photos here that is developed with a bakery. We have a vacant commercial office building, so on and so forth. So there are no zoning cases associated with this property. And the requested LC zoning is in partial conformance with the community investments plan. The future growth concept map does identify this site as appropriate for residential uses. Properties of a similar size located immediately north and west of the subject site are zoned LC, but with the proximity of low density residential uses. The expansion of LC uses could also raise concerns of compatibility issues. So it is staff's opinion that neighborhood retail would be more compatible in this case. But the requested zone change is in conformance with the Wichita Places for People plan. Strategy 6 of this plan aims to encourage infill and redevelopment that is contextual to the environment in which it is occurring. So as we'll see in the site photos here, there's a property across the street on Salina that is 5,000 square feet. It's a former warehouse, but is now a bakery. And then the property across the street, which is owned by the applicant, that is a 1,700 vacant, I think it's like a vacant office, commercial sort of building. So when we're looking at NR zoning, restaurants, it can be up to 2,000 square feet in size. Any other commercial properties can be up to 8,000 square feet in size. This is allowed in neighborhood retail zoning. So if we're looking at, again, the size of the property and the size of the commercial uses in the area, that is why we're recommending neighborhood retail zoning. So planning staff recommends that the request for limited commercial be denied and the zone change request to neighborhood retail be approved. So this recommendation is based on the golden rules. We still have not received any public comment on the requested zone change. And with that, let's go through the site photos here. This is looking east towards the site. Next slide, please. This is looking east towards the adjacent property. So one thing that we were looking at, if we If you remember the aerial map in your head, you'll see that the property line actually extends into what is perceived to be this property. So if they decide to develop it commercially, the fence that you see that is flush with the existing church building, that will have to be moved to the property line that exists. I think it might actually go through around where some of these trees are. So something to keep in mind. Next slide, please. This is looking south towards the site. This is from West 29th Street North. Next slide, please. This is looking north away from the site. I mentioned that 1,700 square foot building earlier. Next slide, please. This is looking south away from the site. This is on Salina. Next slide, please. This is looking west away from the site. We see the warehouse that is now developed with a bakery. Next slide, please. And that concludes my site photos. And with that, I will stand for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Mr. Blick.
How many, this building is about 3,500 square feet, I think it is. How many parking spaces is this going to be required?
It's dependent upon the use. So I would have to, I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but the number of parking spaces the use determines the number of parking spaces. So if they decide to build a new building before that certificate of occupancy is issued, before the building permit is issued, they have to demonstrate in their commercial building plans that they have sufficient parking on site.
Sounds good, thank you.
So as an example, a retail building is 1 space per 333 square feet. If it was a restaurant, it'd be 1 per 3 seats in the restaurant. So yeah, it just kind of varies depending on the use.
Any other questions of staff? Not, thank you. We'll call on the agent or applicant to come forth, and you will have 10 minutes. Please give us your name and address.
I'm gonna distribute this letter.
Good afternoon. My name's Jonathan Dudley with Heritage Family Church, located at 3840 North Seneca. And we are recent owners of this property. And as it was listed when we negotiated the terms of the contract, the real estate listing had it zoned as light commercial. And so as we were negotiating, we asked that the seller renew the light commercial zoning of the property, and he made this application. We now own the property. Mr. Solis does not own the property anymore, but it is in the interest of our church to retain that light commercial zoning just for the variety of uses that opens to us. We bought the property as an investment, and we're looking to remodel the existing property. We're not looking to demolition and rebuild anything. We just want to remodel and retain the light commercial zoning. And according to the tax records, it was zoned light commercial from 2015 to 2022. So we're just asking it to remain as such.
I would say we should change the application to reflect the Heritage Family Church Incorporated as the applicant rather than the Solises.
Yes, we will make that correction as this case continues to move forward.
Right. Is there any questions of the applicant from the commission? Not, thank you. Is there anyone present that would like to speak on this from the public? Any public comment on this? If not, we'll bring it back. There's no rebuttal because there's no public comment, so we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion and action.
I'll move that we approve limited commercial.
Do we approve it as the request stands or as the staff recommendation?
Staff's denying it. I'm saying
Right,
I move that we approve it.
that we approve it based upon their requested zoning.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Nix, second by Mr. Blick. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. I'll vote nay. Okay, one more case to hear. 4.5. Zoning 00031.
Yes, thank you. Once again, Brad Otherly, Senior Planner, MAPD. Discussing now case ZON 2024-00031. This case, the applicant is requesting a zone change from RR Rural Residential District to GC General Commercial District with protective overlay number 439 to permit construction, sales, and service, event center in the county, community assembly, and single-family residence on the property. Property is a 10.79 acre in size and is located on the southwest corner of North 127th Street East and East 56th Street North at 5601 North 127th Street East. The applicant is currently using the site as a tree service / lumber yard and is attempting to bring the use into conformance. This application is in response to being served with a notice of violation due to valid complaints filed by neighboring properties. If you'll recall, on July 11th, 2024, the MAPC did hear this case. However, at the time, the request was to change the zoning classification from RR to GI, General Industrial. During the applicant's testimony portion of the meeting, the applicant changed the zoning classification request to LC, Limited Commercial District, and added several uses that were unknown to staff at the time. MAPC did vote to defer the request until August 8th, 2024 to give staff enough time to consider the new request. After that MAPC meeting on July 11th, staff did reach out to the applicant, and the applicant indicated that he would like to use the subject site as a construction, sales, and service event center in the county, community assembly, and single-family residence. To go a little bit further into that, he would like to use that property as a base of operations for his tree service company, an event space for events such as weddings and tree climbing competitions, an arboretum, a place of residence, and a location for his commercial trucks to stay overnight and over the weekend. The applicant also stated that there would not be any open burning on the subject property, but he would like to use an incinerator to burn the organic waste his company produces. The burning of tree material and waste that is generated off-site, either openly or by use of an incinerator, is prohibited in the GC district. This would require a use classification of construction burn site, which requires a higher zoning district and possibly a conditional use as well. Staff convened to determine the best course of action for the applicant and decided that all that the applicant desired to use his property for could be done with the GC zoning except for the construction burn site. If the MAPC recommends approval, staff recommends a protective overlay to avoid possible negative impacts associated with uses and development standards that are permitted in the GC district that would be inappropriate in this area. Staff at this time does not recommend that the event center in the county be permitted. If in the future the applicant wants to come back and amend the protective overlay, he can do so. And that would be reviewed by the MAPC with final action by the Board of County Commissioners. Staff is recommending conditions listed in the staff report with the protective overlay, and I would like to note that the third one is that the burning of off-site generated materials / waste is prohibited. Should the zone change be approved, several property development standards would be changed as seen in the table listed in the staff report. Solid screening will be required with at least a 6-foot screening fence around the entirety of the property. However, solid screening may be accomplished through a landscape berm that accomplishes the same as a 6-foot screening fence. And the property would also need to adhere to the rules and regulations of the Sedgwick County Sign Code. Compatibility height and setback standards would apply as well. Should the zone change be approved, the applicant shall be required to adhere to the parking standards set forth by the UZC, which would be determined based off the combination of uses proposed. The character of the neighborhood is rural and residential in nature. Property to the north, south, east, and west are all zoned RR and are developed with single-family dwellings. The subject site is currently unplatted. There is a 40 by 96 building on the site and is currently permitted for agricultural use only with no commercial uses. Should that building be used as a commercial space, the site will need to be platted and a commercial building permit would be required. North 127th Street East is a 2-lane gravel arterial street with ditches on both sides. There are no sidewalks on either side, and the site is served by Rural Water District Number 1 and utilizes an on-site sewage system. If we can go to the future growth map. Staff believes that the requested conditional use or zone change is not in conformance with the community investments plan. The 2035 Wichita Future Growth Concept Map identifies the area in which the site is located to be appropriate for small city urban growth area. The site is in the Bel Air urban growth area, and staff did review the Bel Air comprehensive plan to identify the proposed future land use of the subject site. However, the attached map from the city of Bel Air does not specifically identify an appropriate future land use for the subject site. Staff believes that the uses of construction, sales, and service, event center in the county, and community assembly would not be compatible with the surrounding RR zoning district and existing residential development. Just to note, we are also meeting at the Bel Air Planning Commission in just a little bit. If we can go to the site pics. So this is on 127th looking west into the subject site, or at least a portion of it. If we go to the next picture. This is looking north down 127th from the driveway. Next picture. This is looking east across 127th. Next picture. And then this is south looking down 127th. So based upon the information available at the time the staff was completed, staff recommends that the request be denied. This is based off the golden rules. I will say that several public comments have been submitted that are opposed to the zone change. Several of those are in the staff report, and I think one extra one came in for you to review today. Should the MAPC decide to recommend approval, it is recommended that the MAPC adopt alternate findings supporting their recommendation. Staff recommends that the request be subject to protective overlay number 439. And with that, I can stand for any questions.
Brad, I've got a question for you. Can you back up the slide? So that's 127th, so that's a berm that runs along the side of it, right? Beyond that.
Correct. There is a significant berm that I believe
Looks
that
like a significant berm.
the applicant has begun to create. Correct.
Is there a similar kind of berm that runs to the south of that property?
I would let the applicant answer that question.
Okay, and then go back to the slide right before this one. Is that an occupied house? Is that a vacant house, deserted house? What is it? That looks deserted to me. I'm just curious.
Yeah, that is not within my knowledge.
It's vacant. The elderly gentleman passed away and then remodeled.
Just as a matter of decorum, the discussion is
That's all
between
the
the board
questions
and the staff at this time.
Any other questions of staff? If not, We'll call on the agent or applicant to speak, and you'll have 10 minutes. Please give us your name and address.
My name's Robert Phillips. My address is 2346 East 45th Street North, Wichita, 67219. Last time I gave you guys a speech. This time I'm going to probably just go a little bit off the top of my head here. So this is the property in question. We do have a large berm all the way down here. It spurts out a little bit here, and then we do have lumber or wood stored right here that kind of does make a berm. I think that might be, an issue, and we're willing to move that if needed. And we're also willing to install a berm here. The future plan is actually we're buying a tree spade this winter, so line the berm with just cedars and, evergreen species so that, it can always be blocked. This right here along the train track is already pretty blocked, but we plan to put cedars and evergreens in this area. With the tree spade, though, we plan to, when we go to remove a tree for them, that maybe they're building a pool back here and they want a nice tree removed, we're going to take the tree spade and we're going to put it at our place. That when he was talking about the community center, what he was referring to is like an arboretum. The Bartlett Arboretum would be a good example, but this won't be a reality, for a long time. We can move small trees. They're going to take 30 years to grow. And by the time that is the case, most of these residents are probably not going to live there anymore. But yeah, the plan is to eventually have it be like a big forest. And the purpose for that would be so that we can have, I'm a master arborist, so I do a lot of teaching. In this shop, I've made a big classroom. We have a big 85-inch TV with a classroom set up, and I do demonstrations, whether climbing or chainsaws or plant health care or things like that. But we'll do that also out in the field out here. So we actually currently do that. We just don't have very big trees or very many. We have a cottonwood right here we use currently. But yeah, and eventually we could do, like Oak Park had a climbing competition, things like that, or even weddings. Bartlett Arboretum is a beautiful place. If you guys haven't been there, I would check it out. But, that's a long time down the road. But for the time being, we're just going to plant a bunch of small trees. We use those, with our guys for identification purposes and stuff like that, and treatments, to help the new guys learn how to treat for iron or whatever needs to be done. In regards to the zoning, though, so the thing is, a lot of these properties, so this one here, vacant, this one here, vacant. A lot of them are, vacant, or this is not vacant, and this is you guys have a very beautiful property. But a lot of these are trailer houses. They're not going to be here in 10 years or 20 years. This area is going to be very different later on. We know that out in this area, there's all commercial going in across the highway on this side of the highway. I believe this side of the train tracks is going to have commercial area between here and the highway. 254 is right up here. This is vacant. There's oil out there. I think a lot of that's going to be commercial. This might be a lighter commercial area or like a quick trip in this area, but these houses aren't going to be here forever is what I'm getting at. Some of them are, but I don't think it's going to be the case forever. Yeah, and with regards to the zoning, we just want to park our trucks there, which we're already currently allowed to do under rural residential. You're allowed to have a landscape type business in a rural residential district. Correct me if I'm wrong, as long as there's no more than 4 employees. I would like clarification on that because we don't have more than 4 employees working on site. Like I said in a previous talk, we have a mechanic and 2 office ladies. The guys come, they pick up their trucks and they leave. And I think I've talked to some of the neighbors about their concerns and I've heard them. And, some of them I think are legitimate. The fire, that would bug me, but some of the things like seeing can I go back on here or use this in any way, Google Maps or anything?
No, you would have to request what slide you're wanting.
Can I see a Google Maps street view of right in front?
No, we don't have that capability to pull up.
Well, one of the complaints was just seeing the trucks. The berm already pretty much blocks that. There's a small opening right here. You know, we offered to install a gate there, and that's what we wanted to do anyways, just to reduce theft and stuff like that. The other place you can see, can we go back to that last slide? This is where the gate would be. So a stone gate in here with a wood and metal, you know, block so that they couldn't see down the driveway, and also for security. The other place that you can see onto the property is right here on the train tracks. I think Jody was up there one day taking pictures. So we already started bringing in dirt there so that, you know, that can also be blocked from view. But additionally, we're going to have trees everywhere. So in 10 years or 5 years, probably even, they're not going to be able to see a single truck. And, you know, in 30 or 40 years, it's going to be a beautiful property. Can we pull up images of the Bartlett Arboretum? Basically, a doctor bought the property 100 years ago, planted a bunch of trees, and it's gorgeous now.
20 acres.
Yeah. So if you add this property and say I were to eventually buy one of the neighboring properties, that would be 20 acres.
Just a matter of
Sir,
quorum with members of the
this is just a presentation from you to the board at this point. We'll call on members of the public here later.
Do you guys have any questions? Were you guys all here for the speech?
I've got a question. Do you live on property?
I'm there a lot, so.
Do you live there? If you don't
I
live
do
there,
have a residence there. So this house right here, after hearing these things, I don't know if I should mention this, but yeah, so Russell Burke lives here. He's kind of like our general manager. I have a bed / office in the shop. You know, I redid the upstairs of the shop and made it a real nice, like, apartment thing, but you guys were just having a zoning hearing about that, so.
I was just curious about the house that I see there in the photos.
Yeah, Russell Burke lives there with his kids, yeah.
Any other questions of the applicant at this time from the commission? Mr. Zimbelman.
I've read a lot of stuff about burning on the site. Where do you do that at?
So we've done 2 burns. We've done one right about here or somewhere in this area and one right about here. Yeah.
Is that all approved by the fire department then?
Yeah, they have they just said get that, what do you call it? You would know. The state permit. So we did that. And then, anyways, we just said we'll stop burning. We have land in Harvey County and then there's no problems there. So it's easier.
I have a good question. Are you allowed to have an incinerator, like an industrial strength incinerator?
So, you know, I'd like to ask legal that. So, you know, construction burn sites are permitted in rural residential. And actually, I don't think they are in what we're going for, limited commercial, correct, Brad? Right. So, every tree service in town does it this way. You know, our site in Harvey County, other tree services use that. Harvey County does not have as many restrictions as Sedgwick County, but there's multiple properties that other tree service, I mean, this is how all of them get rid of their debris. We don't go to the landfill. We used to sell some of it as chips to the ethanol plant, but they shut that down, you know, so. That's kind of why we wanted this place, actually, was to find a way to help to recycle this a little better, you know, making lumber, we do firewood already. We probably sell more firewood than anybody, but it isn't enough to keep up with how much we remove. You saw tonight, there was a tree row, you know, that we were worried about visibility issues on. We removed the trees so that you could have visibility. Actually, we were involved with a couple of the things that happened tonight. We do a lot of work, you know, all over the United States.
Okay, is there any other questions from the commission? If not, yes, council.
Can you clarify if your application is for limited commercial or general commercial at this time?
So we switched it to limited commercial to try to appease the neighbors. Yeah, and then that would restrict the burning activities. It would restrict any manufacturing activities, I believe. It would just allow us to park our trucks there and have an office.
But it wouldn't allow a construction sales and service business.
I think they're calling it, you're saying no?
Yep. Once again, Brad Otherly, Senior Planner. Yeah, so in order to get all of the requests that he requested, we convened. I did send an email to Robert as well that GC would incorporate all of that except for the construction burn site. And that includes an incinerator would not be allowed in that GC district. We took what he said at the previous July 11th meeting, reached out to him to get clarification about exactly what he wanted, and we convened and figured that GC would be the best application for him, and he did not have a problem with that when I sent the email to him. So I think there's just been a little bit of miscommunication probably.
So what I'm hearing from you is that the application is for GC's.
I reached out to Robert to make sure that that was okay, and I did not hear any objection to that.
Can the applicant please state his position on that?
Yeah, so GC, I'm sorry, not limited commercial, general commercial, right? Yes.
That's what the application states here is GC.
I just wanted clarification because we deferred it because he had asked for limited commercial from the podium, and then now we're hearing something slightly different, and I just wanted clarification.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Is there anyone present from the public that would like to speak on this? Anyone from the public, please approach the podium. Give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Norma Wolf. I live at 5601. I live south of 5601. I live at 13504 East 55th Street North. I'm a little upset at what we're listening to before all of you. I would like to invite you all out to look at his place that he's created. These berms are not covering anything. We can see what he's doing. They're 12 foot high, if not higher. We still see what goes on. The trees that he has hauled in there, 40 foot. When he burns, you got 70 foot in the air of flames. You've got 3 or 4 oil rigs around him. Oil drums that collect oil are around him. He's nothing but a dangerous situation. That's all it is, dangerous. For our health, for our welfare, for the safety of my grandchildren. I gotta reconnect here. His main goal is self-gain. He cares nothing about us. He introduced himself 2 days before he come to the last hearing. 2 days. Not one time did he come down and visit. I went to them and I shook a gentleman's hand and I was rushed off. I was brushed off. He was too busy. And he wants to be a good neighbor? Seriously? Flying drones over my area is not getting to know me. That's against the law. Flying a drone over our properties without our permission is a no-no. What he's doing, burning with Sedgwick County Fire Department, KDHE, KAR, has all been against the law. Those laws have changed. Conveniently this week, they're different now, but he still has some laws which he will not abide by them, no way, shape, or form. For I know for a fact that he burned illegally several times, not 2 times. There was 3 times he burned. He did not have a state license. He had the permission from the Sedgwick County Fire Department, which there was a misconception when that fire department was told he had a state permit. You check with KDHE and you will find out there was no state given. He has to have both.
Your time's up, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am, before you leave the podium, could you take the mouse and just show us where you live?
Where I live,
Yeah, take the mouse.
I can't tell. I am so in an uproar that right about here. No? Okay, where am I?
That's mine.
That's you. There I was 55th. I'm way down here, sir.
Okay, it's a private road.
Yes, that's a private road, which he trespasses on.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this case? Please approach the podium and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Nadine Smith. I live at 5445 North 127th Street East, Wichita 67226. My property is the one that butts right south of his. Ours is divided by the barbed wire fence. His last burn, I'm the one that called the fire department on him because I was in fear that he was going to catch my property and my house on fire. Right now, the way where he's at, his brush pile is below those berms that you see. Before he tried to before this zoning thing, the piles of his organic material waste, piles of trees made the Texas A&M burn pile that they have look like child's play. These piles were so freaking high, they were above those berms, and when he sets them on fire, they are huge. The last burn that he did in May, at the end of May, had I known before all of this that I had rights, I'd have called. It filled my house and my garage full of smoke to where me and my dogs, I opened the windows and it would clear it out, but as soon as I shut them and the wind come in, it would fill them all back up with smoke to where my eyes were burning and my dogs were affected by it, and it lasted for at least 3 days like that. So, no, please do not approve this for the sake of my life, my dogs, and all of my neighbors. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this from the public? You'll have 3 minutes. Please give us your name and address, and please give us new information as a courtesy for the time that we have left. Thank you.
My name is Jim Llewellyn. I live at 12700 East 56th Street North, or my family owns the property. It's the property immediately north of his site. I want to clarify a few things. He referred to it as mostly mobile homes. Well, no, most of them are single-family permanent residences. There are a few mobile homes out there, but those have been gradually being replaced with permanent homes also. And we've lived on that site for 52 years. We've seen the neighborhood change, and it's changing for the better. The mobile homes are leaving, permanent homes are being built. One of my issues, they referred to a gravel road, and they looked in pretty good condition in that picture. But in the time I've been out there, those roads, when you get winter and spring rains, get so bad that they've suspended school buses down them. They wouldn't run the school buses, and private vehicles could just barely make it down them. And the trucks he has, those big debris haulers, I'm a retired civil engineer. I was with the Oklahoma City Public Works Department for 25 years. And I did all their major debris cleanups after tornadoes, ice storms, and windstorms. Those trucks, when they're fully loaded, going down a road, they'll destroy or damage an asphalt road. And, you know, if we get bad weather and he's running a dozen trucks up and down those roads every day, those roads are going to fail real quick. And I realize the county does the best job they can in maintaining those roads. But when you get that kind of traffic on there and you get wet conditions, those roads are going to be impassable. And, you know, I just don't think it's an appropriate use. The other thing he was talking about, you know, everything was going to change over the next 50 years and everybody's going to be gone. So if this is approved and it becomes commercial, what happens to us when he moves out and some other commercial entity moves in there that's even less desirable? I mean, it goes both ways. Nothing is static. Everything changes. But we're looking, what happens if it changes in the future and he moves off of that site? So I wholly recommend that you deny his application.
Do we have anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this case? Please present us only new information that we haven't covered. Give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I will be very quick. My name is Mel Bowling. I don't live at the site. I live at 11472 Southwest 43rd Terrace, Towanda, Kansas. I'm speaking on behalf of Jody Rosenberry, who lives at 12920 East 55th Street North. That's the private road. It's the next house east of where this site is. My personal knowledge is when I've been out there, I've nearly been run off the road by the trucks. They speed, they go up the middle of the road. They don't get out of the way. I'm speaking also on the atmosphere that we found there. In the time that I've known Jody, I have never seen the neighbors scared. They're afraid of this man. There have been intimidation tactics that they felt were used, and I'm just saying that as an atmosphere that we have going out there now. There was a night in June that I want to cover specifically, that Jody and I were dealing with her ill horse that we had to put down later the next morning. On that night, I witnessed several vehicles arrive at his property. It was about 10:30 at night on a Sunday. About 10-15 minutes later, roughly, a gunshot was fired over our heads. We were in a lighted area in the front yard caring for the horse. I heard the gunshot go over. Jody heard the gunshot go over. I'm going to say something that could get me in trouble, but I'm a federal law enforcement agent. And at that time, I had a duty to report it and didn't. And he better be glad that I neglected that duty because I was caring for that horse, because that was an assault. There was only one gunshot fired. If there had been multiple, I could write it off to irresponsible target practice, but it was one. And then I watched those same vehicles leave immediately after. This is the threatening environment that I've seen brought out to this neighborhood since he's been present there. Not to mention the smoke that's already been mentioned. I won't go into that since it's been talked about, but I don't feel comfortable going out there like I used to. And I'm a cop, and I find the atmosphere that he's brought out there to be threatening. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else from the public that wants to speak? Please give us new information. Give us your name and address, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Chuck Phillips. I live at 12400 East 53rd North. Yeah, since this has all happened there, everything has just went downhill. I live at this property right here, and that's about 400 feet maybe over to their property. This is not hid by no means. I walk out of my house every time right there, and all that right there is staring me right in the face. Big old huge trash pile. And but I lived there for 50 years now. Never had problems or anything. We've always had good neighbors, and now everything's changed there since he bought in there. And But we enjoyed our peace and quiet all that time, and now it's gone because of everything that's going on there. And he talks about all of this over here being hid from the road and all that, and it's up here and down here. But all of this from here all the way up here, there's nothing there to hide that. It's all open out here. Nobody has ever said anything about what people that live here has to see up there. And it's not a pretty sight. And so we want you to deny the deal on this. And we'd just like to live out our retirement in peace and quiet there. And you're talking sawmill and stuff. I don't want to listen to a buzzsaw all day long out there, 10 hours a day, and have to look at all that pile of wood and all that. It just shouldn't be. And then I've seen these trucks run through this stop sign right here, and I know others that have too. Come down through here. I was out here mowing one day, and I seen that truck come right through here, just blowed through that going on south. Anybody been in there, he'd have killed everybody in the car or anything. And he's been, one of his trucks has been caught doing that several times. And I know what a truck can do. I'm an ex-trucker, and I know I've seen all things that a truck can do, and it ain't a pretty sight. So we would like to have the peace and quiet there of what we've had for 50 years. So we're asking you to deny this.
Thank you, sir. Your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else that has new information to present on this case? We don't want to hear a repeat of what we've already had. Please give us your name and address, and I'll give you 3 minutes.
I'm Alan Every. I live at 5601 North 123rd, and that is in the area right there on the north side of the railroad tracks. I'm not going to speak on the personal side. I happen to be Payne Township clerk, and I'm going to talk about traffic. At the present time, they come out of their drive, the employees come off the highway and go into work. And they seem to excess speed going to work and leaving work. But then the trucks come out. And when they exit the berm, they don't stop when they get to the edge of the road to see if traffic's coming. They just come through the berm and pull out on the road. Well, then I don't know what's going to happen, example, but we had a meeting with KDOT about a week and a half ago on the final stages of 254. And we were told that there'll be no access to the highway on 127th Street, 143rd, and 159th. And if that's the case and you approve it, there he's going to have to come out of the driveway, go south a quarter of a mile to 53rd Street, and then go a mile west on gravel on 53rd Street and back a mile north on Greenwich to get to the highway. We have problems, not in the summer with farmers and grain semis, because the ground's dry. But in the winter, we have trouble maintaining them roads from school buses, trash trucks, and now with him, 4-axle trucks that weigh 66,000 pounds. This year in particular, We used up our whole gravel budget in just January because of ice, snow, rain, and the ruts that were in the road. And we're still having people complain about we're not putting enough rock on, but we've exceeded our budget. I just don't think this is the ideal place for an operation of his to operate out of when he's got to travel down gravel roads in the middle of winter and tear them
Your
up.
time's up now. Thank you for your comments. If anybody has any more comments other than we've heard a lot about excessive traffic and speeding on the roads, and we've heard a lot about burning now, if there's something else we need to know about this, please come forward and you'll have 3 minutes. But please confine it to new information.
My name is Donna Morris. I'm at 5757 North, 123rd Street East. Good afternoon. I'd just like to clarify a few things. Mr. Phillips talked about this house as being vacant, and that one is vacant because the elderly gentleman passed away. This right here, he said, is vacant. This is 10 acres of hayland that was cut and baled, so it's not really vacant. It's rural because we're in a rural residential area. He also talked about land up here that's vacant. This is farmland. This had wheat on it, and it was cut. It's had corn on it. So it's not just vacant, it's rural residential, and that's where we're at, is rural residential. This is not commercial property. This over here, it's not vacant. There's a house on it, and they used to have cattle, and they don't have cattle on it right now. He also talked about the areas, about houses going down. We just put brand new siding and windows on our house, so it's not going down in value. We've lived out there for 30 years, and we're not going anywhere. There's another house that's just sold here recently. It was well over $300,000 for a house. So it's not going down in property value. We're not leaving. We're here to stay, and yes, some of us are getting older, but we're not leaving. We hope our families live here. I just strongly beg you, please do not pass this. Keep it as rural residential. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
I'd like council's opinion at this time to limit comment. I think we've got a pretty good idea of the problems the neighbors have around here, and we have business we yet to take care of today.
Derek, can we just get maybe a roll call of hands of how many people there are left to speak? If there's only one or two, I would recommend that we go ahead and proceed and hear them.
I see two. I see one hand, two hands.
3, 4, unless you've already spoken.
If you've already spoken, don't hold your hand up. If you have not spoken and you want to speak, please raise your hand. I see two hands. Okay, we have two people we'll let speak. And please confine your information to things we haven't already talked about. Go ahead and approach the podium. We'll give you 3 minutes. Give us your name and address.
My name is Pamela Phillips. I live at 6111 Danbury in Bel Air, and Robert is my son. I'm very proud of him, by the way. I just want to address the issue of all the trucks and the noise and everything that people are talking about. I take my 3-year-old grandson and my 10-year-old grandson. We're out on the property nearly every day, especially during the summer, and we ride our bikes up and down the streets all the time. And it's safe. It's quiet and it's peaceful and it's safe. I love going out there with them, and that's a big issue for us. I would like to, if it wasn't safe, I wouldn't let them ride their bikes up and down the streets there. And also if I have some influence over those employees, sometimes they listen to me as partial owner of the company. And if there's ever any indiscretion or any speeding or anything like that, please just bring it to my attention or to Robert's attention. We just want to be peaceful. We want to have a business out there. We want to make our neighbors like us. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have one more person that wants to speak?
I don't really want to, but I will.
Well, give us your name and address and you'll have 3 minutes. And please confine your comments to things that we haven't already heard about.
My name's Michael Moore, and I live at 13200 East 55th Street North, which is a private road, goes all the way down to the end. And I'll use this little cursor. This is a private road, starts at 127th Street East. And this is private all the way down here, and it turns around and comes all the way back. Mr. Phillips showed up at my house with my mail opened, which is a federal offense. And then he tells me, "Did you turn me in?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm a citizen." I turned him in. Violations, burns, trucks like crazy, things you've already heard. He threatens me after he finds out he can't bribe me because he wanted to know what it would take for me to go away and the neighbors to leave him alone so he can have whatever hobo dance he wants down there on his property. Now, this is not good ethics. He's very unethical. He threatened me, and he told me the last guy that turned him in, he beat him up and left him dead in the ditch. 4 dead in the ditch. And that's what he told me. Now, that's a threat, okay? I'm on my private property, and he comes to my house and threatens me, and I have a witness. He's not very smart. Apparently, he's got a lot of money, but this does not need to happen in our neighborhood. And just remember, everybody lives in a house. And if you want this type of situation showing up at your house, you just go right ahead and approve all this. And as far as him running a mechanic shop, that ain't gonna happen. We're R&R. We're out there with horses and cattle. I've worked 42 years of my life to build what I have and to own it lock, stock, and barrel, and the road, the private road. And then Mr. Phillips shows up, snubs his face at us, runs all kinds of traffic, which you've heard, and then he comes to you and falls on a sword and makes out what a great guy he is and how he's going to help the community. It's all for capital gain. But anyway, I thank you for doing what you do, and I'm going to turn it back over. If you got any questions, I'm here.
Okay. I think we'll limit conversation at this point.
Chair Dool, I think there's one more person that wanted to speak.
Okay. Give us your name and address.
Yes, 13029 East 53rd Street North. We live just on the south side of 53rd Street over here. I don't personally have any communication or contact because I'm not a direct neighbor. But along 53rd Street, there are at least 3 properties within 1 mile that are worth over $700,000. Our home we have been building and adding on to is insured for over $900,000. These properties are out here are not depressed. They're being built up, they're being maintained. I don't think that we need to be punished or considered less than because we choose to live in a rural residential area. My only concern is the purpose that was behind the purchase of this property. It was a rural residential home, and was it bought for a residence? No, it was bought to be used as commercial. My school bus picks my son up right here, turns here and goes south. And that is a concern. Sorry.
My youngest is partially deaf. He cannot hear or echolocate, so we have to worry about safety on these roads. My other son has asthma. I don't know anything about the burning. If that's a protective overlay that's added to the property, that's great. But we are families raising our children out here, and we would just please request that you deny the general commercial zoning. Thank you.
Okay, I will limit public comment at this point, and I will call on the applicant to come back for rebuttal. You'll have 2 minutes.
Oh, that was a lot. Where we got Alan? We're willing to help with the road budget. What is the road budget, if you don't mind? The gravel budget. We're willing to help with that. So we, like those big trucks that you were talking about, the tags on that was $20,000. We did that a couple months ago. So it kind of is. So we pay.
This is not a conversation between the neighbors and yourself.
We pay taxes for those roads already.
Talk to the commission about this.
The money that we pay in taxes, which is substantial. I don't think anyone in this room probably pays that much for a single vehicle, goes to the township. And that's how the township has money for the roads in the first place. What was the other thing? Shooting. Nobody shot at anybody. Oftentimes it's out in the country. There was the Aurora Borealis going on. There was cars everywhere out there. People came to look at it, stuff like that. I think that was that instance that happened. I mean, if someone is shooting at you, that's serious allegations. You need to contact the police immediately. That's attempted murder. I mean, you're not talking about, it's not a joke. That's a real issue. What else do we got? The smoke,
More questions
sorry,
from the public.
we're going to stop.
You've
Mr.
got
Phillips?
to address us. The public has finished speaking at this point. We're going to hear the rebuttal, and then we're going to take it back to the
I mean, the reason I'm talking to them is I really am committed to being a good neighbor, as I was at my previous property. We had the same issues when we moved in there. Now we're all friends, so, I think they'll get there eventually. What was I going with? Yeah, we're just trying to make a living. And with the threats and things like that, that's why I didn't tell the guys or anyone else to come today. I told people not to come.
Sir, your time's up.
Have a good day.
Bring it back to the commission for discussion and action. Mr. Blick?
Kelly, I got a question. I don't live in the county, and maybe you can help me out with this. How does somebody burn, say like they burn in a barrel and stuff? How does that work? Do they have to get permits? Can they just burn on their own land? Do they have to go into just use barrels or containers? How does that work in the county?
Different kinds of burning. So the Sedgwick County Fire Department has those rules, not zoning. But my understanding is you can burn your personal waste in a fire barrel as long as it's contained. And I think there's even a size requirement. There's a minimum lot size that you're required to have to be able to burn in the county. Any other additional burning over that requires a county burn permit. And that's for burning waste from your own property. In other words, tree waste and stuff from your own property. You can't burn, you can't bring stuff onto your property and burn for somebody else. That requires additional permitting, I believe, through KDHE and then through the fire department.
It's kind of like the same thing when there's the rock and gravel, when they're bringing it in and out, and rock crushing, you can't bring them in and stuff. It has to be on site type of thing. So what we were talking about is it has to be your personal stuff. You can't do it for commercial burning on a residential property.
That is correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Somebody like to make a motion?
I will. I'll move to deny it.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Nix and a second by Mr. Blick. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, the same sign. Motion to deny passes. Okay, that is the end of the public portion of the meeting. We do have a presentation by the city on the capital improvement program.
Chair Dool, would you
Yeah.
mind mentioning that this is not a final decision and this will be going before the BOCC?
Correct. Thank you. Well, I did my best to keep the train on the track. There's some scary people there, you know?
Folks, we still have a meeting. If you could please exit. Thank you. If you find Brad out in the hallway, he's the big, tall planner. You can't miss him. He's like 6'8". You can speak with him and he'll help you with the next steps.
Ready for me to start, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you for hanging in there. I'm going to give you the really brief version. I'm happy to answer any questions, but in the interest of time, and I got good news for you. I talked to Scott. I got his credit card. We got barbecue coming in at 6 o'clock. So,
all right.
Now, do I adjust the slides, Philip, or somebody? Okay.
You have to ask them to advance it.
Next slide, please. As you know, the community, the CIP is based on basically priorities, and that's all this slide shows. Community investment plan is very important. We talk about it all the time when we develop CIP. That's obviously why I'm here tonight. We also align with our city goals. Basically, we want to keep you safe. We want to grow the economy. We want to invest in our infrastructure, and we want a livable community. Okay, next slide, please. You've seen this pie chart. This looks virtually identical to the pie chart I would have showed you 1 year ago. About a third of our CIP is water utility funds. Roughly a third or so is state and federal funds, and we use a lot of sales tax and geo bonding for our local component. Okay, next slide, please. This is just going to show how we spend the money. Again, this is virtually identical to last year because I looked at last year's. We spend about $700 and so million on our water and sewer utilities, very capital intensive. We're going to spend about $500 million on our freeway program. And then you can see we have smaller amounts on a variety of other little areas, park and public safety and things of that nature. Okay, next slide, please. So this is probably the most important slide. That's what your purpose is here today, hopefully to find that we're in conformance with the Community Investments Plan. This is the analysis of our CIP, where slightly under half is for maintenance. I would tell you, though, that two things are skewing this, and that's that we've got $400 million in for a new convention center. That's just a placeholder, basically, but obviously that's not maintenance, so that's skewing our base. And the other is all the freeway improvements we have. That's obviously not maintenance either. So again, we take this very seriously. We look more on the GO side for the city fund side. And when I did that separately, I think we're a little closer at about 60% on just the amount of city money going into the CIP. So like I said, this isn't as high as what we would like. I think last year we were at about 53%, if my memory is correct. But we do take this one very seriously. Okay, next slide, please. This is just going to show the CIP aligned to your priority areas. And of course, high priority is water supply and streets and bridges. You can see that we're at about 60%, somewhere in that neighborhood. Very similar last year, if my memory is correct. I think we were 62% last year, if memory serves me. Again, this is skewed a little bit because the convention center would be in the arts and culture. And again, that skews our base a little bit. But again, I think I would argue that we're aligned to the community investments plan based on this slide as well. Next slide, please. Street maintenance is a priority. This slide is probably more for the city council than for you because we take road maintenance very, very, very seriously because we hear about that all the time. But we did add a new allocation in this CIP for concrete street maintenance, which is primarily in our older residential areas. Bottom line is we have about $170 million in the CIP for road and street maintenance. Next slide, please. Building maintenance, probably not as interesting to you, but we've got about $60 million allocated for building maintenance for city facilities as outlined on this slide here. Next slide, please. We spend most of our local sales tax dollars by ordinance, either on roads, bridges, or freeways. A couple of years ago, the city pivoted to spending most of that for roads and far less for freeways. We spend money primarily on freeways if we can leverage state funds, which we're doing on East Kellogg and which we'll do on K96. But we really don't have a mechanism for city funds for freeway projects. Now, West Kellogg would probably be the next priority for the city. Again, we hope at some point to be able to partner with KDOT or perhaps the county on that, and we would match. But LST for freeways is limited. I think a question came up on the Northwest Bypass in advanced plans. Again, the city has partnered in the past and supported that effort, although I don't know that we have financially. I think several years ago we kicked in $500,000. This might have been 5 or 10 years ago. I can't remember. But the bottom line is the Northwest Bypass is probably not initially on the city's radar. Kellogg would probably be the first freeway project that would be on the city's radar. Next slide, please. I've talked about this already. We got about 88 projects for water and sewer maintenance projects. A lot of money there. Next slide, please. We have about $165 million for public safety. You don't really think about the CIP and public safety, but we're investing a lot of money on fire trucks. Next slide, please. Police stations, fire stations. That slide mentioned 2 police stations. We have 2 more that I didn't even put on the slide that we approved in the last year or so. Patrol East, which I think may be having a grand opening soon, or I was on vacation a week or 2 ago, so it's practically done. Patrol West, I think, will be next. Park projects are important. We got about $28 million to maintain the system. We've got some more money for a couple of projects. I think we've got Crystal Prairie in the CIP for a couple $1 million, and I think there's a project out at the Cadillac Lake. I can't remember what we call Proc Wetlands now, not Cadillac Lake. But I will tell you, in the park projects, our strategy there is we're going to do a park master plan. So we kind of held back a little bit on park projects in the CIP until we conduct a master plan. And we'll see what that tells us. So we'll kind of pare back the maintenance on park. Go ahead, next slide, please. And then we'll see what a master plan does, and then we'll use that to drive future investments. I mentioned this already. These are some of the big enhancement and expansion projects that are kind of skewing our maintenance effort. But again, we've got $400 million for freeways, very little of which is local money. And the convention center is unfunded. We just put that in there as a placeholder to stimulate discussion. And of course, we have our special assessment program, which is funded by property owners. But again, there's over $1 billion that is in our base. Next slide, please. Here's our CIP calendar. Obviously, today we're at the very most important part of this calendar, which is right in the middle, and that is you folks, because without your endorsement of our CIP and finding it in conformance with the community investment plan, we won't do the next 2 steps, I guess. But we actually have a hearing tonight, actually in about 1 minute, across the street. I didn't put on the calendar. I guess I did. Then we have a budget hearing on August 13th, and then on August 20th is when the CIP will formally be adopted by the city of Wichita. Next slide. I think that may be my last one. Can't remember. Yes, CIP is at the public libraries. It's online. You can come see it at the 12th floor. I don't know what you got in your packets. Hopefully you got something similar to this. About 150 pages, a lot of detail if you have any questions. LW CLAP came up too, I think, in advanced plans. I don't know if you've got the answer on that. We still have about $6 million in for LW CLAP. I didn't show it on these slides because it's been approved last year and we're in the process of doing that project. So that's all I got. Sorry for the abbreviated presentation. Happy to answer any questions today, whenever.
Thank you for your patience in waiting through a long meeting today.
I don't know how you guys do it.
Does anyone have any questions or comments about the city CIP?
We had a couple of council members coming to our neighborhood association meeting, and they said in the next 2 or 3 years we're going to go through a deficit, and they're going to need to find like $40 or $50 million. Is that right?
That is completely correct. However, good news for the CIP, and I think I explained this to them a couple weeks ago. The CIP is funded differently than the operating budget. Yes, we have major challenges on the operating budget, which if you want to run home and watch YouTube, you can find out about tonight. But CIP is a little different. Simplistically, the operating budget, the problem is wages are going like that as we try to compensate public safety people. Interest earnings is going to go like that. That's the fundamental problem with the operating budget. Interest earnings don't fund the CIP, and we don't have police and fire wages in the CIP. So situation totally different. CIP is actually in relatively stable shape.
And my last one is, how old is I-135?
Well, that's a great question. When I walked home from junior high in 1977, I used to jump across the canal. So I can tell you the south portion was not built in 1977. The north portion from First Street on further north, I believe, was completed probably about 76, 77. And then they did the portion from Kellogg to First Street. I'm going to say 1979 is when it opened. 1980, because I had a driver's license because I drove up and down it that day. It's 1980.
That's why I don't know. I was born in 77. The reason why I asked that question is because I see a lot of patchwork that's done.
Yeah.
And I didn't really notice how long that bridge was until I had an event underneath it recently. And I seen how long that bridge was. And do we see anything in the future, next 20, 30 years, we're going to have to look at replacing that or anything?
Yeah, great question. By the way, the bridge is 2.2 miles long because one time it was the longest bridge in Kansas. I'm not an engineer. I wouldn't be qualified to answer it, but that's a great question. I just don't know. Sorry.
Actually, Josh KDOT is looking at a study for bridge replacement on the canal route.
Any other
Multiple bridges.
questions on the presentation? Do we need a motion to accept this or that we approve what we've heard? Or?
I believe the motion is that you find it in conformance with the comprehensive plan.
Yes, sir.
I move we take the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Warren, second by Mr. Williams Bay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same motion. Carries unanimously.
I'm sorry, I don't believe it is.
Okay, well, we don't have we have a quorum, actually.
It's fine.
Okay, we're good. Motion passes 7-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, folks.
It's the Northwest Bypass.
Yeah.
The county has it in theirs, but the city doesn't. If you want to talk about future plans.